All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new, and welcome back to the channel. Appreciate you guys joining me today. A lot of conversation happening in the chat already. We definitely have some interesting stuff to go over and discuss today. Some interesting topics. A topic that kind of came out of nowhere, as you can see. At least one official Spider-Man 2 review has leaked early, and it doesn't spoil anything. It's very vague because it was only up for so long and we don't know too much, but enough was gathered to kind of get a feel for what this review had to say about the game. Generally speaking, I think this is kind of what's on everyone's mind right now regarding Spider-Man 2. I don't think anybody feels as though Spider-Man 2 won't be good or isn't going to be a good game, but the question is it going to be that good, right? So we'll talk all about that. That'll be one of the main topics we discuss today. We're also going to be talking about PlayStation 5 cloud streaming. This was something that Sony has officially released. We have new details. Seems that Sony is, revealing quite a bit this week, and that's something that just kind of came out of nowhere. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a little bit more about the PS5 Slim because we actually have some comparison images to go over, and I'm sure that there's just going to be a little bit more discussion regarding that because it's still something that I think is on everybody's mind. We do have a few more updates regarding the Last of Us multiplayer, which I don't know if people are sick of hearing about, but it's still something that anytime we get any new information, I'm gonna highlight it and talk about it. And yeah, we might also talk a little bit about GTA 6 again, because apparently it's been rated by Australia, the Australian ratings board, which is kind of strange. So, this is once again leading people to speculate that we're going to be getting a GTA 6 announcement soon. So, yeah, I'm sure there'll be many other things we end up discussing over the course of this stream. And so I want to first thank you guys once again for tuning into the stream. I'll give you guys, hold on, let me see here. Okay, we have Pragmatic Cat with a $10 super chat. And so, yeah, if you want to support the channel, if you want to support what I do here, there are a couple of ways you can do that. Number one, hit that like button. Okay, we're sitting at 70 likes, guys. We have almost 250 people here watching, which is awesome to see. If you could just take a second of your time, hit that like button. It goes a very long way. And Boss already wants to leave the room for some reason. I really thought he was going to want to join us today. He just he acted like he wanted to come in the room, come hang out. I was like, okay, it's time to stream. And now he's acting like he wants to leave. But yeah, hitting that like button helps tremendously. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, and it just simply lets me know if you enjoy the streams. So yeah, be sure to do that. If you want to go above and beyond and support what I do here, there are basically three ways you can do it. You can become a channel member. You gain access to exclusive members-only content. I release members-only content once a week, and you get access to all the previous content I've created. You get access to exclusive emojis you can use in the chat as well as in videos. If you are already a channel member, or even if you were gifted a channel membership, you now have the ability to gift memberships as well. It's a big thing we do here on the channel. It's a great way to help support me directly, support my content, but also kind of, give to the community as well. So big shout out to everybody who does that. And finally, you can do what Pragmatic Cat has done here and consider donating a super chat, ask a question, give a statement, give an opinion, whatever it is you want to do. Feel free to do that in a super chat. It also helps support me directly. And with that being said, I'm going to read what Pragmatic Cat has to say here. The itsy bitsy spider crawled up the water spout. Down came the drain and washed the spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the itsy bitsy spider went up the spout again. Wow. Pragmatic Cat, I have to say, you're bringing me back to my preschool days here. These nursery rhymes. I can only assume this has something to do with Spider-Man 2. I don't know if you're trying to communicate something here. I don't know if this was just simply, Josh he's saying these are wise words. These are wise words. These are wise words. So, Pragmatic Cat, I never know what to expect with your super chats, man, but I very much appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're trying to derail me or if that, again, has to do with, I'm assuming it has to do with Spider-Man, right? So thank you for that, Pragmatic Cat. Always a pleasant surprise. And so, dude, the reaction. Oh, here we go. William says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Yeah, I don't, man, immediately off to a very bizarre start with this stream. So appreciate all the nursery rhymes, guys. But yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to dive into the first topic, which talks all about Spider-Man 2. Okay, now the Spider-Man 2 review embargo is lifting on Monday, on the 16th. So we're still a little ways away from that. And it is kind of crazy that a review has already leaked out so soon, right? I mean, you can kind of understand a mistake being made like this maybe a day before, maybe even 2 days before, but we're multiple days away from the review embargo lifting. And it does seem like it was a legitimate accident. And so I want to tell you whose review this was. This was from a popular YouTube channel called Game Explain. I think is that what they're called? Yeah, Game Explain. And they accidentally uploaded their review of Spider-Man 2 way earlier than they were supposed to. And, it was almost immediately taken down. The video was privated, but there were some people who were able to actually watch the review and kind of hear what they had to say. And of course, these reviews are going to be spoiler free. I mean, it depends on what you consider a spoiler, right? Like if you're at a point where you just consider seeing any more gameplay a spoiler, I assume that these upcoming reviews are going to contain that. But simply put, this leaked review is saying that the game is incredible. And I don't know that that's necessarily shocking, but I think there were two different reviewers. One of the reviewers went on to basically say that this seems to be the best superhero game ever made, surpassing the Arkham games and possibly just being one of the best games ever all around. And I think that this is pretty interesting to think about because, we talk about review scores a lot. We talk about the expectations that are placed upon games like Spider-Man 2. And, let's just face it. If a game like Spider-Man 2 reviewed in the low 80s, it would catch more flack than it would probably even deserve. And I think that's because the general expectation for a game like Spider-Man 2 is this game, it can't just be good, right? Like, I know that may sound ridiculous, but when you talk about these big PlayStation games, you talk about Insomniac games, the expectation is so high that it's like this game has to at least be very good. But on the higher end, it needs to be a great game. It can't just be a good game. It can't just be an okay game. Certainly not. And, we've talked at length about whether or not Spider-Man 2 is going to hit that 90 mark, right? Is Spider-Man 2 going to hit a 90 on Metacritic? Is it going to fall below that? Is it going to be the high 80s? Is it going to be 87, 88, 89? I mean, that would certainly be good, right? I think people would be excited about that. But I think that there's a certain amount of people kind of hoping that Spider-Man 2 is going to kind of surprise everyone and maybe even land at a 92 and 93. It's hard to say. We're still, again, we have until Monday to learn about that, but it's going to create a very interesting conversation. There's been a lot of people comparing games that frankly shouldn't be compared. When Starfield came out, it's like, oh, well, Starfield's going to crush Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 is going to crush Starfield. I don't know that these games need to be compared, but I will say that based off of everything we've seen so far, and now that we have this leaked review of Spider-Man 2, I'm beginning to think that the game is going to review really, really, really well. I do. Like, I mean, I just have to sit here and wonder what would Spider-Man 2 have to do wrong, I guess, at this point in order to warrant a score, like a lower score, like a 7 or something, right? Because, I mean, I'm looking at Spider-Man 2, I'm looking at the trailers, I'm looking at the footage, and it definitely seems like it's going to be better than the first game. It seems like they're raising the bar all around, and that's like, to me, that's what makes me question, like, what would have to go wrong in this game to make people say, oh, well, yeah, it's a 7 out of 10, right? Because the first game was really good. The first game, I think it reviewed it like it got an 87 on Metacritic. And I don't know how you guys would rate the first Spider-Man, like if you would give it an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, or a 10 out of 10. For me, I'd easily give it a 9 out of 10. Right? 9.5 out of 10. I mean, it just did so many things well. It did so many things right. And Miles Morales, to me, was just as good, a continuation of that. But, this is the proper sequel. This is the game that they've spent years developing. And I don't know, man. I do think they're going to have to bring more to the table this time. I don't think that they can necessarily just kind of skate on by. I mean, they could if they wanted. It is Spider-Man. But I do think that, generally speaking, there's a very high expectation here. And what we could end up seeing is Spider-Man 2 not only meeting that expectation, but possibly in some cases exceeding that. And that's what gets me excited about this review and kind of hearing what these reviewers are saying, because, you're kind of waiting for that. Okay. So what's the bad news here? What's the negative? And based off of what I could tell, there really isn't any. It's, the pacing is really good. The graphics, obviously, the performance is all there. It's Insomniac. You already know they're going to nail that. When it comes to the story side of things, we can't talk about that because it enters spoiler territory, and I don't want to engage in that right now. But it just seems like Insomniac basically put everything they possibly could into this game, and we are going to see them kind of light it up, really, in the starting next week. And I'm excited for that. I am. I remember something like this. The last time I remember a review for PlayStation leaking out so early was way back in 2019 with Death Stranding. And that was pretty crazy because it leaked out way early, and the person who leaked it was like, yeah, this game's amazing. And obviously we know that Death Stranding got kind of more polarizing reviews there, but yeah, I'm fully anticipating that Insomniac is going to once again prove that they are the best studio right now underneath PlayStation. I understand that there's always kind of this internal competition with Sony where it's like, who's the best studio? Who does it best? Is it, Naughty Dog, I feel like, kind of had that crown for a long time. Sony Santa Monica with God of War, maybe even Guerrilla Games at one point with Horizon Zero Dawn. But I feel like lately, for the past 2 years at least, 2.5 years, basically since the PS5 launch, I really do feel like Insomniac has become that studio. They've become the studio that is, they have the crown, they're undisputed, and there's really nobody challenging them right now. I mean, maybe Sony Santa Monica with God of War Ragnarok, but the one thing that Insomniac, the one edge that they have over Sony Santa Monica is that, they're able to produce this high level quality at a much faster rate. Not saying that again, it's quality over quantity, but we got to give the credit where it's due here. And again, there's still the fact that they're working on Wolverine, but I don't think Insomniac is going to hold that crown forever. I don't. I think that it's just a matter of time. Maybe Sucker Punch, right? Maybe Sucker Punch will outdo themselves with Ghost of Tsushima 2, and they'll take that crown. But that's kind of what you love about PlayStation Studios. I think that's why people get so hyped for these big AAA PlayStation Studio releases. It's because that these studios are kind of in competition with one another, and that's just how it goes. PS Gamer is saying Santa Monica is the best. I mean, yeah, I don't like to. I don't want to turn it into like an argument, like, no, let me tell you why Insomniac's better. It's not so much that, but it's just like, I mean, you could, yeah, if you were to say, Santa Monica Studio is the best studio, or generally just the best studio, or the best PlayStation studio, I couldn't argue with that. You know what I mean? I couldn't argue with that. MBG, with the Activision deal finalizing tomorrow, could we see Call of Duty on PS Plus? I know it's on Game Pass. Well, yeah. I mean, I would assume that. I don't. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because I think Phil Spencer said that. I think he said that it's going to take some time once the deal's finalized before they can do that. But maybe they'll surprise everybody and be like, actually, it won't. Here you go. I don't think this year's Call of Duty is going to be on Game Pass. I don't think it can be on Game Pass because you're seeing the marketing cycle kick off for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and Sony's marketing is all over it still. And this is the last year. And they have to do that. Like, here's the exclusive operator for PlayStation, which is still ridiculous to me. And yeah, it's kind of weird. The beta happened and it was first on PlayStation. So, I mean, maybe they could surprise, maybe like older Call of Duties, something like that. If you're talking about like a new Call of Duty releasing day one into Game Pass, maybe next year's, which I assume will be like another Black Ops game. It's a possibility. It's hard to say. You're saying I need context. Who is the reviewer? What scores has he given other games? Because this is just one opinion. Not that I'm not going to love Spider-Man 2, as I love both Insomniac games. Yeah, well, yeah, so that's the thing is I won't lie to you. I'm not too familiar with Game Explain. I was kind of viewing their channel, and I mean, I don't know if they're considered like a really well-respected reviewer or not. I honestly can't tell you that, but they have a lot of subscribers. I think they have over 1 million subscribers, and they review quite a few games. So, make of that what you will. I don't know if there's anybody in the chat right now. If you're more familiar with Game Explain, maybe you can give us some context. 1 million subs, dude won't be getting an early copy again. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the unfortunate side to this, right? The unfortunate side to it is these reviewers, I mean, they get this early access, and it's again, it seems obvious it was a genuine mistake. Like, they just had it set to the wrong time to go out. They had it scheduled for the wrong date, and they immediately privated it. But mistake or not, the damage is done. I'm sure Sony is aware of this. I'm sure Insomniac is aware of this, and there's a lot riding on this game. It is a big deal if a leak like this happens, like an early review comes out. I mean, maybe this is, I don't want to make it sound like, I don't want to take shots. I'm not trying to take shots here at Game Explain, but I don't know that Game Explain is necessarily going to hold the same weight as like IGN, for example, accidentally revealing the review score and seeing it's like a 10 out of 10 or something. I think that would be a much bigger deal, certainly. I don't know that it would be as big of a deal as like somebody like Skill Up, right? Like his video accidentally leaking out for a couple hours before he brings it back. I don't know that it's the same on the same level, but the gaming survivor, I'm not going to do it, man. I feel like I'm just needlessly making enemies if I do that. I'm needlessly making enemies. I don't actually have an axe to grind here, gaming survivor. I'm sorry. Pragmatic Cat with another $10 super chat, which I very much appreciate, man. You're saying Rift Apart and Spider-Man 2 are the top two most graphically and technically impressive games to date. They are not my favorite games, and I'm not even planning on buying Spider-Man 2, but I think that's an objective fact. That's interesting you say that, Pragmatic Cat, because I can appreciate it, right? I can appreciate the idea that maybe Spider-Man 2 isn't your cup of tea. It's not a game you're necessarily super excited for. I think you do have to care at least a little bit about Spider-Man as a character in order to be excited for this game. And there's certainly plenty of people out there that, for as good as the game looks graphically and as awesome as it's all seemingly coming together, um, they're just not into it. And you're saying that you believe that what Insomniac has achieved with Spider-Man 2 here and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart as well, you're saying that you kind of can't argue the just the skill involved here, the level of skill, how impressive it is. I agree. I agree 100%, Pragmatic Cat. This is kind of where things can tend to get pretty silly at times. They can get silly on the internet where people start getting into these arguments that just don't make any sense. And you can tell that there's a lot of people just trying to drag something down and drag something through the mud just because they don't like it. They want to hate it and they want to try to tarnish it as much as they can. And it happens all around. Like that type of stuff is not exclusively done to PlayStation, obviously. But it's always weird to see that because it's just like, again, I understand that there are going to be a lot of people who are like, Spider-Man 2, it just seems like more of the same and not into Spider-Man. And, I get it. But then, you get weird takes out there, right? You get weirdos that are like, it's, just well, maybe not. Maybe they're not calling. I don't know. I'm sure there's some maniac out there calling Spider-Man 2 a walking simulator, but they'll be like, "Oh, it's just another cinematic experience." Like, I'm so tired of that, man. I'm so tired of hearing the hate on like, I'm so tired of these linear, or not even linear, because Spider-Man 2 is open world, but just these, these story focused narrative cinematic experiences. Like, dude, just stop. Like, these games are amazing. What are you talking about? William says, Game Explains review for God of War Ragnarok says it falls short, so take that with what you will. Sounds pretty good for Spidey. That is kind of shocking. I had no idea. I don't know if that means that these are just really bad reviewers, or if it means, well, I guess you can't be a bad reviewer, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, that means either Spider-Man 2 is just that good, like it's that good that these are really, really tough critics that are like, yeah, God of War kind of falls short, which is like, what? I mean, I guess maybe for some people, but I guess you can be a bad reviewer, Jay Shako. I guess what I mean to say is that at the end of the day, I feel like reviewers are always protected with it, but it's just one person's opinion. And that is true. That is true. And their opinion can be anything. And they're protected by saying, well, it's just my opinion, But that's an opinion I definitely do not agree with. The idea that God of War Ragnarok fell short. I think that I can kind of understand where some people maybe expected something a little bit more over the top. I can understand that. But I don't know, man. I feel like God of War Ragnarok did everything it was supposed to do perfectly. I think it just executed it perfectly. I really don't have many complaints. Like, the only complaint I had with Ragnarok, and it's a really minuscule one, is that I do feel like at certain times maybe the pacing was a little bit off. That's like maybe the only real imperfection for me, where there were just some parts that went on a little bit longer than I felt like they had to, but it wasn't necessarily bad, right? It slowed the game down a little bit, but I enjoyed my time with it thoroughly. I'm interested, I'm really interested to see the pacing of Spider-Man 2 because, the story can be completed in around 17 to 20 hours. And, you're always going to get people that kind of argue, well, that's not long enough. It needs to be longer, so on and so forth. I don't know that I agree with that. I feel like it really comes down to the pacing and the content itself. Like if they said Spider-Man 2 is going to be 15 hours to complete, I mean, some people might automatically be like, wow, that's not enough, right? But it's like, but what if those 15 hours are perfectly paced and it's just, it's just every single hour is just pure quality. Like there's no filler, no padding, no nothing. To me, that actually sounds ideal. I think more games need to strive for that balance. I understand that games are expensive and there's just talk about game prices going up even more. I get it. Gaming is an expensive hobby, but if I'm going to pay $70 for a game, the most important thing to me is certainly not how many hours the game offers. I mean, there has to be a cutoff, of course. Like they can't say, well, this game is 6 hours, so give us $70. It's like, well, 6 hours is really short. Like that's egregious almost. Where it's like, really, like 6 hours, $70? That's not even $10 an hour, right? But at the same time, I just very much, I do tend to get this feeling that some games and some developers, they feel like we have to pad out our game, right? Like we have to put more into it than what's really necessary, or stretch it out a little bit. It's like, well, I don't know that you need to do that. And I kind of get the sense with Spider-Man 2 that they're not doing that, which is fascinating to me. It's a sequel. It's been 5 years in the making, and I kind of thought it was pretty bold to an extent of Insomniac to just come out and say, yeah, it's about the same length as the first game. Because I think that there's just, there's almost like this maybe pressure that developers feel where it's like, well, it's got to be longer than the first one, right? Like it has to have more than the first one. It's like, well, it depends on what you mean by more. Because the one thing that I would expect from Spider-Man 2 is it packs a bigger punch than Spider-Man 1 did. Spider-Man 1 packed a pretty big punch, but if the sequel, story-wise, narratively, and certainly with some gameplay elements, if it can pack a bigger punch in the same amount of time, that's perfect. That's actually what I would prefer over just being like, it's 8 hours longer. It's like, but that doesn't guarantee it's actually going to be better, right? How do I know that those 8 hours aren't just padding or filling? Navinzer with a $2 super chat saying, anyone want to bet Spider-Man 2 doesn't fall below a 90? Well, chat, do you want to make that bet with Navinzer here? I don't know. I really don't know, man. I am feeling more confident. I'm feeling more confident now than I was even previously that this game could hit a 90 or higher. Because, again, I just tend to think to myself, like, some of the things... So I recently played Spider-Man Remastered, and some of the things that Spider-Man Remastered didn't get right, in my opinion, the Mary Jane segments, those were not fun. They weren't as bad, I think, as some people make them sound. Like, some people make it sound like it ruined the game. It's like, it didn't ruin the game, but it definitely took me out of it a little bit, where it's like, I don't want to play as Mary Jane, like, frankly. There's a lot of other characters that you could put me in control of that I would be interested in playing as, and kind of just walking around and sneaking around as Mary Jane is not, for me, at least in a Spider-Man game, that's not it. They were not ideal. And even a couple times with Miles, right, before he actually got his powers. Stuff like that, I feel like kind of hurt the pacing of the game a little bit. And I don't know. Like, I don't know if these segments are actually still in the sequel, but I have to imagine that Insomniac took that feedback, right? And they were like, okay, well, maybe we don't do that this time around. And another thing, too, the puzzles. Some of the puzzles... With Spider-Man 1, I didn't mind the puzzles, right? And by the puzzles, I'm talking about like those, like you had to match the lines up and whatnot, and whatever, and you had to like solve the maze. I forget what the hell it was called, but you guys know what I'm talking about. If you played the game, you know what I'm talking about. I didn't think they were bad. Yeah, the circuit boards. I didn't think they were bad. I thought that they were overused. To me, that was the problem. Or at least there were too many of them. And I feel like it just kind of got to a point where it's like, all right, this is just getting kind of annoying now, and I'm not enjoying this. Like, it feels like it's not really adding anything to the experience here. And so, these are things that I know people gave Insomniac. Yeah, that is true, Devil Shooter. You could skip them. I guess I felt like that was kind of cheating it a little bit. You know, I like to experience the game in the way that the developer intended. But that is very true. They do just give you the ability to skip it, you know, and I didn't do that. Maybe that's why I got annoyed, but I'm just curious to see how they took this feedback. We have the cheek clapper. What a name. Saying here with a $5 super chat, if I start a game company, I would always ask for a 69 score because it's the best. And everyone would know it's a good game because I got what I wanted. Oh my God. Wow, man. That's well, I mean, I can't say your super chat isn't relevant to the conversation. It is, you know, because we're talking about review scores, but that's certainly an interesting tactic. Yeah, it maybe my only reply to this super chat should have just simply been nice. That should have been it. Should have been the only thing I said. But that's it. To me, that is kind of funny. Like the idea that you would request a 69 for all of your review scores. Yeah, you give it to a single outlet that you have an agreement with. You know, you basically just pay IGN a bunch of money where it's like, no matter what, you're the only outlet reviewing this. You give it a 69. That's where it is. That's where it stays. So I don't know, man. In some weird way, I can almost actually imagine that happening in the future. I mean, with the way things are going these days, you know, Kotaku would give it an 8 just to mess with him. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's see here. So PS Gamer was asking about the side quests in Spider-Man 1. You know, I feel like I get a little bit mixed up here because some of the most memorable side stuff for Spider-Man 1 for me actually came in the DLC, but it's not actually I don't know. DLC isn't side content, right? I know that. So just removing that and just focusing on Spider-Man itself, the game without the DLC, there was room for improvement, certainly. I don't think they were that bad, but they also weren't that compelling. I mean, some of it. All right, let me be a little bit more clear with what I'm trying to say. Most of the side content, if not all of it, in Spider-Man 1 felt like it should in this game. I didn't go into Spider-Man thinking this is going to have top tier, S tier side quests that are going to never leave my mind, that I'm going to remember these for the rest of my life. No, I didn't go into it. That they were mostly kind of silly a little bit, right? They were a little bit less serious. Some of them were a little bit more serious, but nothing. I mean, think about like the whole Screwball side quest or whatever. Like that to me kind of fit where it's like, yeah, you know, this is not the most serious thing in the world, but it's, you know, it's serious enough that Spider-Man has to do something about it. And it just kind of adds this, I don't know, just this kind of comedic layer to the game that I think it works. And so I don't really know exactly what I would ask for in terms of side quests in Spider-Man 2. And that's why I'm kind of just open to seeing what Insomniac came up with. If Insomniac just said, we kind of kept the side quests the same in terms of like their pacing and the you know, how much they're going to take up, how much space they're going to take up in the game, how long they're going to take to complete the requirements, I'm okay with that. You know, like I really don't feel like I'm expecting that much, but at the same time, I could definitely see Insomniac bringing some type of improvement to the table because they've been working on this game for a long time. Oh yeah, the Taskmaster race missions. They were, you know, they weren't. So the first time I played it, it was annoying. But the second time, like when I played it in remastered, for some reason, I don't know if I just got better at the game, it wasn't as bad. But yeah, I remember the first time playing it, I was like very annoyed by them. And Pragmaticat with a lot of support today, which I very much appreciate, Pragmaticat. It's very kind of you. You have two more $5 super chats here. You say, honestly, I'm not buying Spider-Man 2 because I got into gaming for the story. Getting to the next piece of story is what drives me to complete each mission. The story seems great. It's just not my cup of tea, so I'm not buying it. Where I don't agree is that it's more of the same. And you followed up here with another $10 super chat, which, again, Pragmaticat, thank you so much, man. You're saying maybe the gameplay they've shown is not indicative of the full game. But if it is, it looks way better than Spider-Man 1. Simply, the Venom abilities make it seem like an entirely different game. Well, I gotta say, it's very interesting to hear your perspective on this, Pragmaticat, because you're clearly a big PlayStation fan, and you're basically saying here that the reason why you played the first game was just for the story, right? Like you were just moving from chapter to chapter, cutscene to cutscene, because that's really the only thing that appealed to you. But you just couldn't necessarily, I assume, get into the entirety of the game itself in terms of the gameplay. But you're also mentioning here that the Venom abilities to you seem to almost turn it into an entirely different game. I mean, if you were to ask me, Pragmaticat, like what are you most excited about for Spider-Man 2? I mean, Venom, obviously. I feel like Venom is the thing I'm most excited about because it's just I just think he's a cool character, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Insomniac is going to handle his character and who, just how it all plays out. But truly, gameplay wise, it really is the symbiote abilities that get me the most excited, because Spider-Man Remastered, Spider-Man Miles Morales, they gave Miles his own unique set of abilities, and I think that was enough to kind of differentiate him and give him a different feel from Peter Parker and Spider-Man 1. But I feel like, from what I've seen of the symbiote gameplay, that looks like the biggest change in terms of how it makes the gameplay feel. I like the fact that it's more aggressive. I like the fact that you have abilities at your disposal that traditionally, like, Peter Parker or Miles wouldn't necessarily have, because this is a darker version, right? Like, this is a more aggressive version, maybe even a version that doesn't care if if these finishers are going to take somebody out and actually kill them. And I'm not saying that that's actually going to happen in the game, but it just looks a little bit more brutal. It looks more visceral. It looks smoother in a way, and I think that the way that they are handling the symbiote suit, and obviously, the way that they're handling Venom, I think it's all coming together really well, and I get it. The thing about Spider-Man, I don't want to sit here and make it sound like Spider-Man has some of the most complex game design I've seen. No, not at all. And Spider-Man in many ways it's a very simple game. But I guess it's just I have the expectation that that's what it's supposed to be, right? Like, this is not a game that's going to be very demanding. It's not a hardcore type of game where it demands you get good and learn every single mechanic. And I am actually curious to see how difficult the game may or may not be when you play it on the hardest difficulty and you turn off all the assists. That'll be interesting, but I don't know. I just get this kind of feeling that most people are okay with this, right? I think most people are okay with the idea of Spider-Man 2's gameplay being relatively simple, relatively basic, and just more focused on the fun factor, not necessarily the overly complex stuff or the overly complex systems. Yeah, they're going to have skill trees and whatnot, but I would argue, like, you could probably get through Spider-Man Remastered hardly upgrading Peter Parker or Miles. if you're playing Miles Morales, if you wanted to. But we'll see, man. We'll see how it all turns out. But Pragmatic Cat, I do appreciate the honesty because, I think the assumption is that, everyone here is looking forward to Spider-Man 2. But the thing I appreciate most about what you're saying, Pragmatic Cat, is that you're not necessarily looking forward to it because, as you say, it's just not your cup of tea. But you're willing to acknowledge that it looks like it's doing many things well. And there are certain aspects of it that to you make it seem like almost a completely different game in some regards compared to the previous ones. And the reason why I appreciate that is because that's kind of part of the problem, where these conversations become so ridiculously toxic because you get people, they come out and they're like, oh yes, Spider-Man, it looks horrible. It's just rinse and repeat. It's not going to be a good game. Or, people, it's overrated. And it's like, well, maybe it is just a good game. Maybe it's a game you're not interested in, but maybe it is just a good game, right? Is it that difficult to admit? And Pragmatic, I'm not saying that's you. You're the opposite of that. Which, again, I think we need more of that. I think we just need people being a little bit more honest, a little bit more genuine. And I think that would help kind of, bring down the toxicity levels that just, isn't necessary. This is why I'm so interested, man. This is why I'm so interested to see how Spider-Man 2 ends up reviewing, because if it reviewed, I'll put it to you this way. If Spider-Man 2 reviews really well, the conversation is going to be a lot less toxic. And I think that's kind of why I'm hoping it reviews really well, because I don't care about the reviews in the sense of, is it going to determine if I enjoy or play the game and enjoy it? No, I bought the collector's edition. I'm going to play this game no matter what, obviously. And I'm pretty certain I'm going to enjoy it as well. So I don't need the reviews in that sense, and I don't need the reviews at all, but I'm looking forward to them coming out, because if it reviews really, really well, it's going to, I think, result in a more obviously positive conversation. And I would look forward to that, because I feel like, I don't know, man, I feel like lately the conversations around PlayStation have just been really negative, which is kind of understandable. I'm not saying that there aren't reasons for these conversations to be negative. There are reasons, but it just becomes, it becomes too much, and we need something to kind of break that up, and something to kind of, get us back to, I think, a more neutral place, hopefully. But again, if it reviews really well, a more positive place, because I've tried to be I've tried to maintain my positivity when it comes to PlayStation. Because for me personally, there actually are things I'm looking forward to. Like, for example, Spider-Man 2 and many other games that are coming out. But I just think that with the other things that sometimes Sony is announcing and doing, or the inside scoops and whatnot we're learning, and ironically enough, we are going to continue to talk about that today. It just feels like it kind of starts to take up most of the room, and it's kind of unexpected, frankly. It is. It's kind of unexpected. I didn't expect there to be so much. I don't know if drama is the right word. Maybe that word's too much, but just so much, I guess, overall negativity for PlayStation so close to the launch of Spider-Man 2. And again, I'm not saying there aren't reasons for that. There definitely are. When does the embargo lift? It lifts on Monday. I gotta make sure I stay hydrated today, man. Got my water bottle with me this time. Yeah, the 16th. I don't know what time. I have to look into that. Will says, I love the drama, MBG. I want to eat all their tears. Dildo Baggins the third with a $2 super chat. He says, seems people don't enjoy games, always complaining. No, I know. Don't get me wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with complaining and being critical or being concerned. I think it's actually a really important part of having a deeper discussion about video games in the gaming industry. But I do understand what you're saying. You're basically pointing out that it just seems like sometimes people are doing it just for the sake of doing it, or just because it's the cool thing to do or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. It gets a little old, you know. And sometimes the way I push back against that is I kind of get this mentality where it's like, well, if you don't enjoy it and there's nothing good for you, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. The truth is, I'm not a believer in that line of thinking. You know, I'm not a believer in the line of thinking of if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all, because sometimes, you know, we do have to acknowledge the bad things and you have to speak up on them, and it is necessary. But I do sometimes tend to think that way when it becomes obvious that the only reason people are saying something is just to say something negative for the sake of saying something negative. I think that happens too often, and it's unfortunate. I think it just turns the conversation into something very unfun and frankly unhelpful, right? Something that's just not helpful, something that's pretty much useless. But I do appreciate the super chat, man. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the Spider-Man 2 early review. And as I'm wrapping this up, we have Exley 3000. Exley 3000. I'm assuming you may have just joined, dropping 5 membership gifts for the community. Dude, Exley 3000, thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you.
Always appreciate that support, actually. You've been doing, like I said, some heavy lifting for this community for quite some time, and you're still doing it. So thank you so much for that, bud. Let me add that to the counter. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat. And a Venom for Exley, since we're talking about Spider-Man. Exley, you're saying you just got here. You didn't miss too much. The only really important thing I would say that you missed, and I'll just recap it for you here. And I'll do this just for you, Exley, as a thank you for the membership gifts. So a review for Spider-Man 2 leaked out. This review came from Game Explain, and they accidentally uploaded their Spider-Man 2 review video, and it's been taken down since. To me, it seems clear it was an accident because it wasn't up for that long. And some people got to watch this review, and the general takeaway is extremely positive. And one of the reviewers, I think there were 2 people having a review discussion. One of the reviewers actually said they think it's easily the best superhero game they've ever played. And so just getting a ton of praise, and I think it just gives everybody a bit of a confidence boost that it's like, well, again, I don't think anybody was expecting it to review poorly, but it seems like it could go the distance, right? And again, that I think is the question surrounding Spider-Man 2. Simply put, will Spider-Man 2 go the distance, or is it going to go just as far as we expect, as I'd say most people are expecting it to? That's what I'm looking forward to finding out. And Dildo Baggins the Third, again with a $2 super chat, says, I think Xbox just want revenge for Starfield. I mean, they probably do. And I get it. I do get it. I don't think that it's necessarily unwarranted either. I mean, people went kind of crazy when Starfield came out. And there were people who were being way harder on it than they should have, frankly. Again, just being toxic about it. But, I mean, I'll tell you one thing that is absolutely going to happen. You know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Everyone knows it's going to happen. People are going to compare Spider-Man 2's review scores to Starfield's. And that's inevitable. There's no doubt about it. And I'll tell you right now, it's looking really likely that Spider-Man 2 is going to review better than Starfield. I think Starfield is sitting at an 83 on Metacritic. I do not think Spider-Man's going to sit at an 83 or lower. I mean, maybe it could end up sitting at an 84, at which point, if Spider-Man reviews at an 84, I don't know that people are going to be like, ha! See, Spider-Man 2 is better. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, it's 1 point. But I'll tell you right now, if this is why I'm saying if Spider-Man 2 reviews at like a 90 or higher, oof, man, it's going to be wielded like a weapon. It is, and it's going to be swung around like a flail against the Xbox. Oh my God, it's going to be it's not going to be pretty, man. It's not. Prawn Pizza says, MBG, I just got here. Could you please catch me up? Yeah, I was talking about how Spider-Man 2's review scores are going to be weaponized and used basically like a flail against fanboys. So hopefully that catches you up. Oh my God. Dude, Patrick, 19 inches of justice. Holy shit, bro. He went there. Patrick Murphy went there, man. Nas with a super chat says, do you think Starfield was what Xbox was hoping for, or did it fall short of their expectations critically? It's a good question. I'm gonna say it was exactly what they expected. Do you know why? Because I mean, yeah, we could look at Starfield. It's sitting at an 83 on Metacritic. I need some confirmation on this really quickly. I need some confirmation. All right. I was seeing it floating around. I didn't pursue it too much because I just don't care, but maybe it's relevant to the conversation here that Starfield is Bethesda's lowest rated game ever. Is that true? I find that impossible. I find that really hard to believe. But I did see some people talking about that and saying that, like, yeah, it's their lowest scored game. And I don't know if that's I'm assuming that's in reference to user scores. And if that's true, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, review bombing probably, well, it is taking place, but it's probably having a significant impact. I don't know. Again, I'm not following it, but you're saying it's lower than Fallout 76 on Steam? Damn. What? See, I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me because it's like, wasn't Fallout 76 like a complete disaster? Well, anyway, you're saying Steam reviews are the lowest. Wow. Well, here's what I'm trying to say to answer your question. I think Starfield did exactly what Xbox expected, and there are two reasons I believe this. Number one, I think back to what Phil Spencer said. He's like, it doesn't matter if Starfield's an 11 out of 10. Right? Like, he clearly had some notion in his mind that this is not going to be like a 10 out of 10 game. Like, it'll be a big game. It'll be a successful game. It'll make Xbox a lot of money probably. But it's not going to be that like 10 out of 10 game that suddenly everybody is like, wow, Xbox is on that next level now. I don't think so. I think it's a start to a degree, but I think it did exactly what it was supposed to do. It was a big game launch. It sold well. It probably got them, I mean, I don't know if we're going to learn the numbers, but it probably got them a good amount of Game Pass subscribers, and that's that. I think it came and went a lot quicker than expected, frankly. That, to me, is, like, when you talk about Starfield, that, to me, is surprising, genuinely. And I don't mean that in, like, a cynical, like a fake, like, oh, I'm so shocked. No, I mean, I genuinely am. I really thought, if people were talking about Starfield, like, dude, Starfield's going to be a game that's talked about for, like, a decade. And I'm like, yeah, probably. And it's just like no one's talking. Like, I'm honestly, this is like the first time we're talking about it in weeks. And it's because it was brought up in a super chat. And I guess it'll be talked about again, like I said, when Spider-Man 2 reviews drop. And maybe at the end of the year if it gets any type of Game Award nomination. But I just, in that sense, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Phil Spencer and the team at Xbox, if they had the expectations like, this is going to be the next Elder Scrolls. Like, this is going to be the next Elder Scrolls and we can feel it. If that was their expectation, yeah, I think it fell short. But if their expectation was, we just need it to be a good game that gets us some subscribers and makes us some money, then I think it definitely did that. But, it feels like it was supposed to be kind of this big bang that was felt for months to come and potentially years to come, and it just feels like it's. Is it doing that? I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on it. I know certain people are going to get very sensitive and think I'm attacking them and whatnot. I'm not. You know what I noticed too? Let me tell you this. You know what I noticed? Dude, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. All I'm going to say is that I've said pretty good things about Starfield in the past. I have. And it didn't seem to mean anything to anybody, which is like, okay, interesting. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. But I don't know. I don't know that I have much else left to say about Starfield. Devil Shooter says, do it. Well, it's not that serious. It's really, I try not to preface stuff like that too much because I think it makes it like inflates it more than it should, where it's really not I'm just simply putting out there that there were a lot of people who were getting very defensive about Starfield, and I get it. Like, there were people being way overly aggressive towards it to a completely unnecessary degree, where it's like, guys, come on, reel it in a bit. This is too much. Because, you're going to upset these guys. They're going to come back and they're going to want to do it themselves to Spider-Man. And, and they're going to make you get all defensive. But I guess I'm just saying, I don't know, man. I was out here saying some pretty good things about Starfield. And I am somebody who's considered like a PlayStation fanboy, right? Like, I'm somebody who is looked at as, well, he's anti-Xbox. He hates Xbox. He loves PlayStation. He's a fanboy. And it's like, I'm out here being like, yeah, I think Starfield's going to do really well. It looks good. It looks like it's going to do everything it needs to do. Of course, there are a couple of critiques, right? Because I think there has to be. One of the critiques I gave it was it just visually doesn't look very good. That was one of my critiques. And I think, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but I think that's something pretty much everybody could agree with, where it's like, yeah, it's not a very visually striking game. But then again, that's probably not why people are playing it. So I guess I'm just highlighting that you would think that, given my position, me saying something like that, people would point that out when they need to be like, oh, well, look, there's a lot of people saying very negative things about Starfield, but look, not everybody is. It's like not all. It's like we'll highlight the PlayStation fans or fanboys that are saying very negative things about Starfield, but here's a PlayStation fan that's actually saying something good about it, and it's just, nope. It's not even acknowledged. And that to me doesn't make any sense, because it's like, for example, right now we're getting ready to see Spider-Man 2. Good point, Devil Shooter. Very good point. Right now we're getting ready to see Spider-Man 2 reviews come out, and it's going to be releasing. And you're going to see, some of these types of reactions and replies from people where it's like they're just going to be aggressively dumping on Spider-Man 2 because they're fanboys and they're being toxic. But what I think people should point out, and I'll see if I can point it out myself, I'll have to see. I don't know how much I'm going to be looking for it, because I'm just, I'm done with Twitter and whatnot. Where are the Xbox fans that are saying, wow, Spider-Man 2 is actually a pretty good game? Looks good. Plays good. Enjoying it. Because that's something that should be highlighted, frankly. More so than the nonsense, I think. But I have a couple more super chats here. And Nas, thank you for that. Pragmatic Cat with a ton of super chats today. Really got to give you a shout out, man. I appreciate all the support. You're saying here, hot take / brutal honesty, MBG. I thought Starfield was going to be great, and I was still going to troll and hate on it for fun, fully knowing that people could see with their own eyes that it is great. But that is not what happened. I was surprised to see that it is not great, but merely good. And I'm saying these things as someone who isn't buying either. And I haven't played either, but I've seen many videos of both, and anybody who says you can't get a good feel for a game by that is wrong. Well, I appreciate your honesty, Pragmatic Cat. And, That's the thing. I do get the feeling that in a way, like maybe some Xbox and Starfield fans made it too easy for people to troll them. And I get that it happens sometimes where it's like you make it known that like don't you do it. Like, don't do it. Don't you criticize it. Don't do it. It's like the more you kind of have that attitude, the more they're going to be like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I just think it's kind of the nature of how these things work. But one thing I will agree with you on here is you can get a feel for a game without actually playing it to a degree. I mean, it can only go so far. It can only go so far, right? Where you cannot say that I understand a video game better than a person who's played it if you didn't play it. Like, for example, I will never sit here and say, you should listen to what I have to say about Starfield more so than the person who played it, even though I haven't played it. You should listen more so to what I have to say about, Spider-Man 2 more so than the person who played it, even though I haven't played it. Now, I'll never say that because that's not true. I do think that the person who experiences it firsthand, their word is going to have more weight to it. However, I do also firmly believe that you can gather quite a bit by observing, by listening to those people, right, who have played it. And that's kind of what you're speaking to here, Pragmatic Cat, because I won't lie, I feel like I've been baited multiple times. I've seen in the past couple weeks, as more people had more time with Starfield, I've seen like these review videos pop up randomly, not searching for them, just randomly, where it's pretty clear like they're not good reviews. Like these are like bigger channels and they're getting hundreds of thousands of views, and they're saying things like Starfield is a massive disappointment and stuff like this. I'm like, look, that's interesting to me, like a little bit unexpected. I would click on that video, but I'm not going to click on it because I don't care. Like, I don't care about it any more or any less than if I come across a Starfield video review that says this is the best game ever. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I've already made up my mind on Starfield, and it's that I have no interest whatsoever in this game because I don't think it looks good. And I'm not saying that to upset anybody or to troll anybody, and I'm not saying that because it's not a PlayStation game. I'm saying it just doesn't look very good to me. And what I mean ultimately is that it doesn't look like I would enjoy it. Maybe it is a good game. Maybe there are aspects of it that I would love. But I am in agreement with you, Pragmatic Cat, that it's like I never quite understood I guess a part of me understood it, but a part of me didn't. Like, I understood why this game was hyped so much because it's like, this is Bethesda's first game, right? Like their first new RPG in forever. And The Elder Scrolls Skyrim was their last one, and that game was like mind-blowing. So obviously the expectation is this one's going to be mind-blowing. And again, for some people it was, but all I remember is I watched that Starfield Direct and I just didn't get it. I didn't. I just was like, it doesn't look bad, but it really does not look anywhere near like what people are making it seem like it is. And I don't know. Like, I felt like I just was missing something, and a part of me just kind of feels a little bit vindicated, just a little bit, kind of seeing now that the dust has settled and the fanboys are kind of a little bit quieter now, or a lot quieter, that you're starting to kind of hear some of the more honest takes come out where it's like, yeah, it's not that great. Like, it's not horrible, but it's just not. It's not that great. Like you're saying here, it's good, not great. And I think that's fine. To me, that seems like a fitting way to describe Starfield, where it's a good game, but not necessarily a great game. And maybe for some people it is a great game, but yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. If it is a great game to you, then don't let anybody deter you from that, right? Like, it's your experience with the game is what matters. But there is definitely, I think, some room for conversation at this point now that we have a little bit of time to look back, hindsight's 2020, reflect, and people have had more time to let this game kind of marinate. Was it everything it was supposed to be? From what I can tell, just basically on the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see, man. We'll see when we start getting those numbers. That's why I don't want to jump to any conclusions. Microsoft hasn't revealed any numbers. Really, nobody's been revealing any numbers, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. But I have no doubt that when Spider-Man 2 drops and the reviews start dropping, there's gonna be people say, like, if Spider-Man 2 gets a 10 out of 10, like, there's gonna be people saying, like, this is not a 10 out of 10 game. Like, it's just the same old. It's no different than the first one, and it's like, okay, I can't say you're right about that. I can understand that perspective, right? Like, I can understand that perspective. Like, it doesn't seem like a 10 out of 10 to me. It does just seem like more of the same, and I didn't like the first game. So it's like, well, yeah, but I guess all I can really say to that, because again, we will see that, is I think there is a clear line between a game that is objectively good and doing many things well versus a game that is polarizing because some people like what it's doing and other people do not like what it's doing. And I think that when you look at Spider-Man 2, it is a game that is doing many things objectively well to a point where the only real way I could see somebody saying that this game looks bad to them is if they, A, don't like Spider-Man, B, don't like single-player games, C, don't like narrative/cinematic games, or D, just don't like PlayStation or Marvel or both. Those are like the only things that I like that could make it so that I could understand why somebody thinks it looks like a bad game. To whereas when I look at other titles, like for example, there are many different aspects to a game like Starfield. Again, not to necessarily compare them just for the sake of it, but for the sake of this conversation, where it's like, if somebody were to say, I think Starfield looks bad because it seems like there's a lot of empty planets, and that seems like it could lead to some boring gameplay. It's like, well, I can't confirm that because I haven't played it, but I kind of noticed that too, and I could see that as an actual reason why somebody would say, I'm good. And I know this because I've actually seen that, right? Like, I've seen people say, like, this looks like it could lead to boring gameplay. But on the flip side, I have seen some people point out that Spider-Man 2's gameplay looks kind of boring, right? Like, it looks like you're just button mashing, or it's just basic, simple, beat guys up and web them up and stuff. And it's like, I can understand that as well. I think you're kind of going against the grain if you feel that way about Spider-Man, because I mean, I think most people would say it's actually pretty fun. Like, it just feels pretty good. To whereas I think if you're kind of comparing it to something like, well, yeah, it's a procedurally generated game. You're going to be going to planets. There are planets that are going to be empty, and you're going to have to figure out how you're going to interact with that. It's just two very different things. But I think at the center of it, there is kind of a connecting tether. And that tether is simply that we have to always acknowledge that all video games are different. All video games are unique in that they're presenting them differently. They're bringing hopefully different stuff to the table. And if it's not different, if it is more of the same, how well are they doing it? So, I don't know. I guess to summarize what I'm saying here, I guess sometimes you can praise a development team and a publisher for trying something different, right? And that's good. We all want something different. We all want something new. But that doesn't guarantee that that different and that new is actually going to be good or great. You know what I'm saying? To whereas you can criticize a developer and a publisher for doing something that seems more of the same, but that also doesn't mean that more of the same is going to be bad. Does that make sense? kind of like when you see this game Lords of the Fallen coming out, right? Although I did see the reviews for Lords of the Fallen, it seems a bit more divisive than I anticipated. But it's like, you know, maybe Lies of P is a more apt example here, where people have acknowledged that Lies of P in many ways seems like it's just straight up copying. I mean, not even inspired, like copying to a T some of the things and the mechanics and the feel and things about previous From Software games. But they followed up by saying, but they do it so well that it's almost like, how could you not like this? Yes, it is more of the same, but it's great. You know what I mean? So it's an interesting conversation, I think, just about game design decision and, you know, what people tend to gravitate towards versus what they tend to not gravitate towards. I mean, I will give Bethesda this. I give Bethesda a lot of credit for saying, you know what, we're going to take our expertise of making these really open, large, complex RPGs, and we're going to make a space game. You know, like a space game that we fantasized about making. I give them that credit, man, because it's like, maybe it doesn't work out exactly the way you thought it would, but you got to at least give them the credit for trying something somewhat different and something ambitious. So Pragmatic Cat, I very much appreciate the super chats, man. Dildo Baggins III says, I'm an insider and Spider-Man 2 is a 97 on Metacritic MBG. Wow, that not only is Dildo Baggins III suddenly an insider, but he is an insider from the future. He clearly time traveled and he's coming back to say that Spider-Man 2 is going to be a 97 on Metacritic. Dude, if Spider-Man... Look, I'm expecting big things from Spider-Man 2, but it's not going to be a 97 on Metacritic, man. I don't know what Spider-Man 2 would have to do to get a 97 on Metacritic. I mean, I can't tell you exactly what it would have to do. All I know is it would have to blow people's minds in a very unexpected way. Even God of War Ragnarok didn't get a 97. And God of War Ragnarok got a 94, which is still incredible. But it's because people kind of, I don't know, man. I don't, to be honest, I don't know what games have to do to get those types of scores. And I think about like Elden Ring, the new Zelda game that came out, Baldur's Gate 3, and I just don't know. You know what I noticed? Here's something interesting. Here's some food for thought. I noticed that these games that get really high review scores, I mean like in 96, 95, 96, 97, the common theme between all of them seems to be surprise. Like they just like genuinely surprise people with some of the things that these games are doing. Like people just like they knew it would be a good game. They were excited for it, but then it's like they go into it. It's like there's just things in this game that they were not aware of, and it just kind of caught them off guard in a good way. Where like they're like, wow, it's like Elden Ring, right? Like everybody was hyped for Elden Ring because of everything we saw, but it really it was the idea that, oh, I think there's going to be a lot of bosses. There's going to be a lot of bosses in this game, right? And they're going to be intense, and it's going to be open, and we can explore, there's going to be dungeons. But I think what shocked people about Elden Ring is just how much of that there actually was. I think there's like 200 and something bosses in Elden Ring, which is just unfathomable. And it's like, I think that's kind of what it takes sometimes, where I think for Spider-Man 2, there would have to be some kind of like massive segment of the game where something just totally out of left field happens that's so shocking, but executed so well, right? Like that kind of reminds me of The Last of Us in that sense. A game like The Last of Us, again, it's the surprise factor. It's like, oh, it's Naughty Dog, so you know it's going to be high quality already. You know it's going to be narrative focused, interesting characters, and the gameplay will be pretty good. You know, be some set piece moments and whatnot. But the surprise factor there was like, okay, I knew the story was going to be good, did not expect it to be anywhere near this good. You know, like I knew the characters are going to be good and interesting, did not expect them to be on this level. And the gameplay, I mean, I think The Last of Us gameplay is amazing. And even that, I would say, like, I expected this gameplay to be intense, but there are moments in that game where it goes beyond just being intense, and it's just like, wow. You know, you're just totally sucked into that moment and what's happening. And so I guess, you know, when we think about Spider-Man 2, I could see it sitting at a 90 or 91 because Spider-Man 2 is going to do a lot of things very well. We know that. Like, I feel like that's communicated very clearly through the marketing and the trailer. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, oh, the graphics, the performance, the acting, the gameplay, the open world's going to be bigger now. It's going to be a little bit denser. There's new side content, you know, all this stuff. It's like, yeah, we're going to do it really well. But I think the thing that would be needed in a game like Spider-Man 2 to get it to go from like a 89 or a 90 to like a 93 or 4 or even 5, there would have to be a layer to this game of like depth that we just are totally unaware of right now, that reviewers are experiencing right now, where they're like, oh my God, so you guys aren't ready. Like, you knew this was going to be good. You knew it was going to be an intense story and an enjoyable ride. But man, there's like some stuff in here that you just were not, Sony didn't show you. Like, you just weren't ready for. You just weren't ready for this. And I'll be honest, like, I don't expect that from Spider-Man 2. I don't, because I feel like if there's any game where they're going to play it a little bit more safe, it's going to be something like Spider-Man 2. But I feel like when you look at these really high scoring games, you're saying innovation. Well, I guess maybe it could be described as innovation, right? Yeah, I guess that is the appropriate term. I guess it's just sometimes I don't view it that way because it's like, it's not necessarily that it's always something brand new, but it's something that's like, it's something that's not new, but the way it's being presented and the way it's being handled makes it feel new, right? Again, it kind of reminds me of The Last of Us, where The Last of Us didn't do anything new per se, except one thing. It took something that has always existed in video games and it said, we're going to present this in a completely different way, in a way that no one's ever seen before. Or, you know, I don't say necessarily no one's ever seen before, but something that just, you really won't find anything quite like this out there. And what I'm talking about is the presentation of the story. You know, the presentation of the story and the pacing of it, where it's like, there are games that have good pacing. Yes, there are games that have good stories. There are games that have great cutscenes, great acting, but everything they looked to achieve with The Last of Us was seemingly to like, okay, but can we take it to the next level? Can we? Like, can we really elevate it to another level? And I feel like a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, is another it's another great example of, you know, can we take it to the next level? And they certainly did. And I think that's, again, I don't know that it would be considered, maybe that is innovation. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's good. All right. The cheek clapper with 2 super chats here says, Starfield players don't play for fun. They fix for fun. MBG, watch the Starfield Honest conference. A lot of you guys are telling me to watch this, and maybe we will at the end of the stream if I'm feeling up to it. Again, I don't know what to expect in this video, but multiple people are recommending this to me. A lot. You guys really want me to watch it. All right, we'll see. If I do watch it, it'll be towards the end of the stream or later on when I'm finished my topics for today. All right. Let me see. We have Juan Star, member for 3 months. He says, I agree. Please go watch the Honest Con with Todd Howard. It's so good. Quite short, but hella good. Wow. Okay. Maybe I'll have to do it. Maybe I'll do it after I finish these super chats just because we've been talking about it a little bit and you guys are really pushing for this. Is there anything in it? There's nothing in it that could get me like demonetized, right? That's the only thing maybe I'd be a little bit worried about. Nas, you're saying, so glad I found the time to play Cyber 2.0 / Phantom Liberty before Spider-Man 2 and Alan Wake 2. Damn, it was amazing. Can't stop thinking about it. That's awesome to hear, man. Yeah, that's how you know you experienced something really good. When you are finished with it and it just sticks in your head. You just can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta stop saying that. I always say I don't know. I don't know why I don't know why I say I don't know. I doubt I'll play it anytime soon because I'm kind of booked up right now. But I'm happy to hear that, man. Nas, you're not the only person who's been telling me how good of a time you've been having with Cyberpunk. And yeah, they're calling it, I think, Cyberpunk 2.0 update. It's almost like a completely new game. I'm honestly happy for CD Projekt Red. I mean, I'll still always have a little bit of disdain for the way that they handled the launch of Cyberpunk. It'll always be kind of a black mark for them, but at the same time, they did the right thing, and that was they stuck by the game. They honored the game and the players by bringing it to a level in which I think everybody knew they could get it to, and I'm happy for that. Boycott activity, you're saying 95, 6, and 7s are typically about innovation and execution. That's what I'm typically asking for while fanboys are cursing me out in the chat. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, man. Like, you're right. Innovation, execution, two things that I would say are absolutely needed in a big way for these types of games. But I guess at the same time, like, if you had to place importance, which one would you say is more important? Innovation or execution? I mean, maybe we could say they're equally important, but I would say that these days, execution is probably more important than anything else. And I say that simply because it's like, it's kind of been proven throughout time that execution is more important to people than innovation is, because people are very willing to support the same thing. Yeah, I actually says public execution. Actually, I think we're talking about a different kind of execution here. But I tend to lean more towards execution. Not to say that I like that more than innovation. Obviously, we want both. But this is why I feel like these days there's so much competition. There's so many games. I mean, even looking at right now, how many games are coming out, you could argue that execution is more vitally important to a development team and a publisher right now, because if you can't even execute your game properly, like it's just in foundational or fundamental ways flawed, then the game that didn't innovate but just is able to execute better than you, they already win out. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have to innovate. And so I guess the idea is like, you want to, I would say we are maybe on the cusp of innovation, or we're going to start seeing it, or maybe we are starting to see it, where it's like now we're getting to a point where so many games are coming out each year that are so good that now I think developers are starting to feel more comfortable being like, okay, well, the only way we're now going to stand out, because everybody's beginning to actually execute on their games properly, there's really only two ways you can stand out. Number one, innovate. Number two, have a name brand. you know? And if you think about it, some of the biggest games have those exact things. Hogwarts Legacy, name brand. It's not necessarily innovating, but it is with the name brand where it's like, you've never seen a Harry Potter game like this. Yeah. I mean, if Hogwarts Legacy didn't have the Harry Potter name behind it, would it have done nearly as well? The answer simply is no. It's probably still would have done well, but not nearly as well. And then you take a game, once again, like Elden Ring, where it's like Elden Ring is not a brand name, but it became one because of the innovation it brought to the table. So, yeah, I mean, it's it's really interesting to think about this type of stuff in the games industry. I don't think there's a singular answer. Certainly not. It's complex. Execute what exactly? I think when we talk about executing your game properly, I think it's just having a vision, having an ambition, your scope and your scale, and just executing on that as well as you can, right? Where it's like you don't want to go too far out, you don't want to keep it too small or too contained. You got to find the right balance. And performance-wise, obviously, I think a lot of games have failed to execute in that area, where when you release a game, make sure it's not buggy or broken, because if it is, that's going to be a problem, right? Make sure that the writing doesn't have to be mind-blowing, but it at least has to be good, right? The gameplay, you don't have to create the next innovative, addictive gameplay loop that no one ever thought of. But if you're going to make like a Souls-like, make sure it feels good. Like, again, Lies of P is a perfect example. Lies of P, the closest thing I would say it got to innovating is trying to combine some systems that have already existed. But the most important thing is that, okay, well, regardless of whether or not you succeed in that, does the game feel good? Like, are you executing on the core gameplay, attacking, dodging? Like, how does this feel? How do the mechanics feel? And it's like, well, they feel great. Okay, like, is anybody going to reward Lies of P for being like, oh my God, this is coming out of left field. This is brand new. This is the most innovative gameplay? No. But people are going to say, you know what? It did a damn good job. What it set out to do, it did it really well. So, yeah, I think maybe that's what we mean by like execution. And yeah, maybe the story a little. I mean, the story I wouldn't say is innovative. I'd say it's a little bit unique. Yeah, it's true. Actually, a lot of people are saying that Lies of P is the best Souls-like. I just want to say really quick, because Dark Souls is like one of my favorite games of all time, specifically the first one. It is just truly mesmerizing over the years. I mean, it's been over a decade now. I would have never thought that Dark Souls was going to create an entirely new genre of games. It's not even like a small subgenre either. It's an entirely new genre of games. That's crazy. I mean, From Software didn't see that coming when they did that. But I think that really speaks to just how important Dark Souls was to the industry. Now, granted, Demon Souls, you could say, was the first, but Dark Souls was the one that really, you talk about execution. Demon Souls was the innovation. Dark Souls was the execution. See? Because Demon Souls is where Miyazaki, his vision was there, right? Like, this is the concept. Like, these are the concepts. This is the innovation in the gameplay and in the boss battles. But it was still kind of rough around the edges a little bit, at least for a lot of people. And Dark Souls was the one that was like, okay, we don't need to innovate because we already have the foundation. We just need to focus on the execution. And they fucking nailed it. they definitely nailed it. And because of that, it essentially kickstarted a whole new genre of game. So good stuff, man. This is why I love to see From Software where they are today, because I mean, they are masterclass, man. They are. The one that got away from Sony. Thanks a lot, Shu. Thanks a lot, Shuhei Yoshida. No, it's probably for the best, though. Will Hancock, you're saying Spider-Man 2 is an experience that is PSX factor. I agree. I agree to an extent. I mean, I feel like there is a kind of certain... There's a certain little something, right, that you get from PlayStation Studios titles. Not all of them, of course, but most of them, like the bigger ones that people are very excited about, the single-player games. I think that it is kind of present across them, and I think that some people don't like it, but I think a lot of people do like it, and I'm one of those people that likes it. So I'm in an agreement, man. The experience, I'm looking forward to it. All right, let's see here. Pragmaticat with more super chats, dude. Pragmaticat, thank you so much, man. You've donated quite a few super chats today, and I really do appreciate it, bud. You're saying here another hot take, MBG. I think Spider-Man 2 will be objectively 10 out of 10. However, I'm not buying it because the story isn't my cup of tea. So if objectively a 7 out of 10 Starfield is someone's cup of tea, then they should play it and enjoy it. I just wish the console warring conversation would remain objective. I agree. Pragmatic Cat, I'm picking up on what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down here, and my feelings on this are we do need to be more objective about these things. And it's important, I think, for the sake of just clarity and less nonsensical, arguments and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know that this will ever happen, though. Because it's like, we can't say objectively Spider-Man is a 10 out of 10. We can't say objectively Starfield is a 7 out of 10, because when you like attach that score, I feel like it kind of it does a great disservice to the games themselves, because Spider-Man is more than just a 10 and Starfield is more than just a 7. And what I mean by that is, like, these numbers, they won't tell you the full picture. And this is why I feel like people need to just be a little bit more objective in how they evaluate these things. And that's why, unfortunately, when you try to be more objective, when you try to be more fair and assess these things more clearly, a lot of times people don't want to listen, because it's just easier to be like, nah, it's a 7 out of 10, or it's trash, right? Or no, it is a 10 out of 10. We have Shems coming in. Have a little bit of a slower membership train today, but a membership train nonetheless. Shems comes in and follows up Exley's 5 members gifted with another 5 as well, bringing us up to 10 members gifted on the day, which is awesome to see. Shems, big shout out to you for that, man.
Thank you.
It is a little bit slower today, but any support you guys show, whether it's a single membership, whether it's a super chat, it really means a lot, and it goes a long way. So big shout out to you for that, man. Because we're still talking about Spider-Man, I'll give you another Venom. And so, yeah, W's in the chat for Shems, man. Thank you so much, bud. Shems, you're saying it made you sad. Oh, it's all good, man. I appreciate it, though. I do. I appreciate you stepping up and showing that type of support, man. But Pragmatic Cat, I guess what I'm trying to say here is, when we are assessing something like Spider-Man, objectively, like, I think it's safe to say that objectively speaking, Spider-Man 2 is a highly polished, highly refined game. Yes, it is. And so what that means is it's likely going to be a good game, just objectively on those fronts. And that's why I'm saying, like, you won't see people. Well, you will see some people, but these people who are being ridiculous and console warring and stuff, they won't say They won't say like, yeah, that's true. But here's another thing that's objective. Starfield, right? Objectively, Starfield is an extremely ambitious game that's trying to do a lot. Now, whether maybe it's to its detriment, but that is an objective fact. And I don't think that anybody should feel like they can't admit that. Like, objectively, there's a lot in that game. There's a lot of stuff in that game to do or to experience. Again, whether or not you think that makes a good game, that's where the subjectivity part comes in. But that is an objective fact. And I just think that people need to sometimes take a step back, focus more on the objective side of things if they are finding themselves partaking in these kind of ridiculous, these ridiculous things. But we can also say some negatives as well, right? Like, objectively, Spider-Man 2 is seemingly, I can't say it fully because we have to wait for the game to actually come out, but it seems objectively that Spider-Man 2 is not innovating in any significant way, right? And I think some people would see that as a negative. It's not that bad, but I think that's going to be an objective truth. But I think another objective truth is that Starfield is not as... It is not executing on its ambitions as well as it was supposed to, right? Again, I think that is objective based off of the things that we've seen and the way the game's been unpacked. That doesn't mean, like, me saying that doesn't mean Starfield trash, right? Like, I feel like that's what people do. It's like, Starfield trash because it's not as fun as we thought. It's like, well, look, it's not that simple. Saying Starfield is trash is like, you may as well just say it's a 2 out of 10. Right? Saying Spider-Man 2 is the best, you may as well just say it's a 10 out of 10 and just end the conversation there if you're not going to go any deeper. You may as well just give these games numbers. Since when do games even have to innovate? Some gamers thinking too hard. I don't think it's a need. I don't think we have to worry about innovation in games because I think there's always going to be developers that want to innovate. I think it's a desire. There will always be a desire to innovate. But I do agree that games don't inherently need to innovate to be good, fun, and enjoyable. The innovation, if anything, just is supposed to come more naturally. It's like Miyazaki. Again, I know I keep bringing up Elden Ring, but it's like Miyazaki with Elden Ring. He's like, man, I made Dark Souls. I think a lot of people would say, like, dude, you did enough, man. That's good enough. You left your mark. You made your mark. But Miyazaki was like, yeah, but that's not really the game I would want. That's like not the ideal game I would want to play. And I always thought that was an interesting quote from Miyazaki when asked about Elden Ring. He was like, I just basically want to make the ideal game that I would want to play. And that's so funny to me because it's like, that doesn't sound like innovation, right? Like, what I mean by that is that's not what you would think of when you think about a creative innovating. You would think there's some kind of intense, thought process behind it. It's like, well, how do I innovate in this industry? And it's like, no, the dude's just over there being like, I think this would be the best game ever, so I'm going to try to make it. And it's like, in turn, it's like, oh my God, you just made one of the most innovative games ever. You know what I mean? It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me how this stuff works sometimes. Same thing with Kojima, right? Like, Kojima just loved movies. And he was like, what if I just try to do some of this stuff into my game? And like, oh my God, he's innovating in the gaming space. And it's like, yeah, he just wanted to do that. It just came naturally to him. And we have Jake Skew 27, who's actually upgrading his membership, which is great to see, man. Jake, thank you so much for that, bud. He upgrades it to Play Has No Limits, which is awesome to see. So, Jake, shout out to you for that, man. I appreciate all the support you've been showing the channel. And on top of that, we have Paul Ganell, a longtime member. He comes in and he says, let's keep this membership train going today. And he gives a membership as well, bring us up to 11 total members. So, oops, I accidentally added another one there, but I guess I'll count that for Jake. We'll actually just put it to 12 for Jake upgrading his membership. So, good stuff, man. I appreciate the continued support, guys. Really does mean a lot. Thank you. And I also have Navinzer saying, thanks, Dildo. Everyone run my money, LOL. I don't even know what is being said there, but Navinzer, either way, I appreciate that super chat. And we also have Josh Z. Dude, thank you for the $5 super chat. You're saying, for context, the highest game ever reviewed, the first 3D Zelda, was 99 because it was executed so well, and early 3D was a struggle for everyone else. That's such a crazy score. A 99. I feel like there's no way you would see that today. I don't think any game could get a 99 today, but that is, I think, an exception, right? Where what you're pointing out is it was the early 3D days, and there were like no, I don't say there weren't any good games, but like you're saying, everyone was really struggling, where it's like, we're trying to figure this out, because the shift to 3D in gaming is like the biggest ever. It is. And I guess it only makes sense that the first game to like transition to 3D and do it, like you said, execute on it so well, because the innovation itself is in the 3D play space. Like, that is the innovation. And granted, it's not like Nintendo invented that. At least I don't think they did. Actually, what was the very first 3D game? That's a question I have. I don't think Nintendo was the very first one to create a 3D game, right? But I guess generally speaking, 3D was the innovation, but it was an innovation so powerful, right? And just with so much potential that it kind of reminds me of the smartphone to a degree, right? Like, I want to fact check myself here before I make the statement. Yeah, so check this out. It's like the smartphone, right? So the smartphone, it says here that IBM was actually the first to create a smartphone. That's what it says here. I find this hard to believe, but this is what it says. It says, in 1992, IBM announced the very first smartphone. Holy shit! I guess that is the first smartphone, but it really wasn't until the iPhone and Steve Jobs, until it's like, what was needed in this case was not innovation, it was execution. And sometimes that's kind of the dynamic where the innovation can be so profound, and the implications of it and the potential of it can be so profound that it really can take years before it actually results in anything truly meaningful, because it's going to take that certain group of people to execute on that innovation in such a way to really bring out its full potential. And so I kind of you talk about I get a Zelda, the first 3D Zelda getting a 99 on Metacritic. It kind of makes sense. That's almost like that's like the video game equivalent of the iPhone in a way, where it's like there's this massive innovation with 3D graphics, and you're saying the first 3D game you remember playing was Jumpin' Jack Flash. Let me look that up really quick too. What was the first ever 3D game? In the decades-long history of video games, most sources will tell you the first game to use 3D graphics is Battlezone in 1980. Oh my God, that's way earlier than I thought. Battlezone is the classic tank game commonly played in an arcade. It places players in first-person shooter, sending them on a mission. Are there images of this? Wow, these look not great. Interesting. See, this is so interesting to think about, though, because it's like, yeah, it really took up until, I guess, the first 3D Zelda for like this is it, man. Like this is the level of execution that is doing justice to this level of innovation. Interesting stuff. So thank you for that, Josh. And it makes sense that it would be sitting at a 99. The next game I could see getting a 99, by the way. The next game I could see getting a 99 on Metacritic would have to be maybe like a VR game. If VR really is going to be like the future of how we experience games, technologically speaking, like it just advances so much that you just put a pair of glasses on and you're like, it's VR. I think, I think, let me ask you guys this. I'm curious what you have to say. Maybe GTA 6. GTA 6 could be it. It could be it. I want to ask you guys, what do you think is more likely to happen first? Do you think the hardware side of the industry is going to innovate first? Like, do you think it's going to have like a level of innovation where the potential is there, but the execution isn't necessarily there for like the software? Or do you think it's going to be the software side of things? I've been thinking about this because I'm like, well, PSVR 2 is really advanced. And I do wonder that sometimes. Like, I do wonder, is PSVR 2 more than enough? Like, is VR still kind of in that innovative space where it's like the innovation is here and the technology is here? Like, this is modern day VR, but we're just not yet at that point with the software where they've found a way to innovate to that level where it's like, whoa. I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk about Half-Life Alyx. I don't know if maybe Half-Life Alyx would be considered that. I can't say, I haven't played it, but interesting stuff. But I actually did mean to move on to the second topic, so I do apologize for taking so long here. Jake, you're saying it's going to be a bit before I can gift memberships again, MBG. It's all good, man. Any support you can show, I appreciate it, dude. GTA 6 and VR would break the industry if done well. I agree with that. You're probably right. You're saying sorry for all the caps. It's all good, man. All right. I want to make you guys aware of this. We're moving on to the second topic now. PS5 cloud streaming launches this month for PlayStation Plus premium members. Since launching the all-new PlayStation Plus more than a year ago, we've seen such high engagement from our fans on our offerings, from the quality titles offered in the game catalog like Horizon Forbidden West and Sea of Stars, to new trophy features we've added to classic games like The Legend of Dragoon and Siphon Filter. Today we have more details to share about PS5 cloud streaming for PlayStation Plus premium members. Starting this month, we will begin launching cloud streaming access for supported PS5 digital titles within the PlayStation Plus game catalog and game trials, as well as supported titles in the PS5 game library that PlayStation Plus premium members own. Select PS5 games will be available for streaming, and we're planning to have hundreds of PS5 titles to support this new benefit. This includes, and this is the three bullet points they list, top PS5 hits from the PlayStation Plus catalog, such as Miles Morales, Forbidden West, Ghost of Tsushima, Mortal Kombat 11, and Saints Row 4. Game trials for PS5 games, Hogwarts Legacy, Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Callisto Protocol. Additional PS5 game titles PlayStation Plus premium members own that will be available for streaming, such as Resident Evil 4, Dead Island 2, Genshin Impact, Fall Guys, and Fortnite. These are just a few examples of supported PS5 games that will include a cloud streaming option in addition to download. PS5 cloud streaming is exclusively available on the PS5 console at launch. Without having to download a game, players can access PS5 game streaming with their PlayStation Plus premium membership. Additionally, PS Plus premium members will also see features available with the new PS5 streaming benefit, including downloadable content and in-game purchases. This will be available for PS5 games streaming, including DLC and add-ons, similar to purchases from downloadable games. High-quality resolution options, including 4K, 1440p, 1080p, and 720p with 60 FPS and SDR or HDR output. Enhanced audio with support for all PS5 audio capabilities, including 5.1 and 7.1, as well as Tempest 3D audio tech. Capture screenshots and record up to 3 minutes of video, which will be downloaded to your media gallery on PS5 and also available in the media gallery on the PlayStation app. Since this will be a large undertaking for our teams to roll out, we plan to launch regionally through a phased approach. And so here are the launch dates that they are currently targeting. Japan starting on October 17th, Europe targeting October 23rd, and North America targeting October 30th. They say here finally that cloud streaming through PlayStation Plus Premium is currently available in Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Cyprus, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, and United States. Wow, that's a lot. We hope players will enjoy this new PS5 streaming feature that will be automatically added to their PlayStation Plus Premium membership. We will continue to focus on evolving the features and benefits for PlayStation Plus, so there's more to look forward to. So there you go. It was quite a bit to unpack there, but Hanzo says clip that. Quite a bit to unpack there, but yeah, this is the big streaming effort that cloud streaming effort that Jim Ryan alluded to previously, and it's now going to be rolling out very soon, and it's going to be available for PS Plus subscribers. What do you guys think? Do I have any PS Plus Premium subscribers here in the chat right now? If so, what do you think of this? And I have a super chat here from Michael Lynch. He says, LOTF reviews are mixed because people are reviewing builds that aren't quite finished getting patched yet, so the negatives will be fixed. So yeah, you're talking about Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, I've noticed that. The reviews are pretty mixed, but I've been hearing the biggest negative is not the gameplay and not anything other than it's just not performing well. But I think you might be correct. I did read somewhere that there is like a day one patch or something that is being rolled out that will likely fix these issues. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this game. I hope the performance isn't that bad, or I hope that if it is patched, it's takes care of it quick. So it's unfinished. I mean, I guess so. Maybe in the for the reviewers. All right, let me see. You haven't resubbed since the price increase. Look at this. This is Mrs. MBG's first super sticker. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Mrs. MBG.
Thank you.
Very
appreciate
very
it.
Unexpected. Mrs. MBG's getting crazy out here. What's she doing? But yeah, thank you for that. That's so weird, though. I didn't know that that's your first time ever doing that. W's in the chat from Mrs. MBG. You're saying it's so cute. Dude, the super stickers are, they have so many different ones. Like, I've seen some really bizarre ones. Saying there was a reviewer also saying that the PvP is really bad. I knew that they had a co-op. We need a Jim Ryan super sticker. A Jim Ryan super sticker would be incredible. Do you know how many people would like send super stickers if they had that? Oh yeah, the Honest conference. We'll get there. I just want to make sure I get through the topics first. I actually forgot again. I said I would do it and then I didn't. We will. But I guess I'm trying to gauge here if anybody actually cares about this regarding the cloud streaming, right? I'm really wondering if anybody actually cares about this because I went on the I'll go there now on the PlayStation YouTube channel, and it really just kind of seems like no one cares, or very few people actually care. Where is it? So PlayStation Plus Premium stream the power of PS5. It only has 120,000 views. I say only because the PlayStation YouTube channel has 15 million subscribers. I'm looking at the top comments. I wish I could stream this directly to a portable device without having to connect to a PS5. This needs to be available on the mobile app. This person says gaming as a streaming service is pretty much the downfall of the industry, especially since it's giving consumers less control and no ownership of the actual games. This is honestly a nice idea, provided that the consumer has fast enough and reliable enough internet connection at home, and also provided that the servers used to stream the games are fast enough to support a seamless or near seamless experience. Personally, I'd rather own a physical copy of my game. I hope we get more physical releases through the rest of the PS5 generation. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Finally, I wish I could use it longer, but as soon as my subscription resets, I'm switching to basic or ending it altogether. That price increase was insane. I'm not paying more to play online and occasionally enjoy a game or two from the library for more than I pay for a streaming service with original content and crews. Yikes. Doesn't justify the price hike. Bad move, Sony. You know, it would be great if we could download PS3 games. I mean, it just seems like literally no one is excited about this, which is fascinating to me. Like, I almost wonder if Sony was hopeful that, you know, them rolling this out with Sony Core or Sony Pictures Core. I almost wonder if Sony really thought, like, yeah, this will be enough to justify the price increases. And I think, like, almost everybody's like, nah, man, like, no one really cares about cloud streaming, you know, through PlayStation Plus Premium. Sony Pictures Core, that's cool, but not just, you know, it doesn't justify the price increase. So you do got to wonder, man. You do got to wonder. I mean, all these things that we're seeing are things that were greenlit under Jim Ryan. Like, Jim Ryan was the one who said we're going to push harder in, you know, for cloud and stuff. And I'm sure that this is part of the reason they did raise the price. But it's like, I don't think anybody cares. And I'm not even trying to be rude about it because I don't care about streaming. But I just feel like it's like, I don't know. It's a nice auxiliary thing. It is, like, it's nice as a kind of supplemental thing where, oh, you can stream your games, but the idea that you have to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium, like, no thanks, man. Like I think Sony's kind of out of their mind if they think I'm going to subscribe to Premium so I can stream PS5 games. Hell no. Hell no. I'll tell you what would get people to subscribe to Premium at this increased price point. Start giving more classic games each month. I mean, like, a lot. PS1 games, PS2 games. If they could find a way to make it so you can natively download PS3 games, I think people would love that. I think stuff like that would justify a price increase, because it's like, well, nobody likes the price increase, but it's like, well, we're getting more, which is nice. And it's like, who asked for this? I just don't understand some of Sony's decision making here, where I just need to know who asked for this. Who is communicating to Sony like, we really want to stream our PS5 games? Now, maybe if this is for some long-term play, that makes sense. Maybe if this is because they know it's going to become more popular, and maybe the PlayStation Portal is just the first of many handheld devices, and in the future, maybe they're going to have a PlayStation Portal 2 or something that you can stream directly to. It'll be more expensive, but you can, I don't know. When I see stuff like this happening, I mean, let's face it. I'm gonna let you know, I'm gonna be a little bit negative right now, but I have to be, okay? I have to be, because I think it's necessary. I'm excited for Spider-Man 2. We've talked all about Spider-Man 2. And let's be honest. People ask all the time, like, what would have to happen for you to walk away from PlayStation? You know what would have to happen? They would have to stop making good games. And then I would and stop supporting their console, and I would walk away. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm getting that. The console experience is still great, and we're still getting good games. We're still eating good. But there are still some issues. And I just can't help but think that many of these issues have kind of... Hanzo asking the important questions. Walk where, man? Where are you walking to? Where are you going to walk away to, huh? It's a good question. I don't know. I guess a lot of people are like going to PC, or some people going to PC. Michael Lynch, you're saying with a $5 super chat, I think Spider-Man 2 would get a 97 if it did everything it's doing, but takes place in Tokyo. That would blow people away. That would be quite the surprise. If like halfway through the game, somehow you end up in Tokyo and you play the remainder of the game there. Wouldn't that, like, there's like a whole second city. Yeah, something like that would warrant a 97. I actually do agree. If it turns out that the reason why this sequel took 5 years is because we made 2 cities, but they said they already basically doubled the size. Actually says he would walk back to retro gaming. Well, let me say this. I don't mean to get overly negative here, but we have to face the music in some ways. Okay? These past couple months have been, maybe not months, but yeah, I'll just be straight up. Ever since the May showcase, it's been bad. You know what? Let me take it a step further. I think this year has been pretty bad for PlayStation. Frankly, I do. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not that it's been all bad. And this is where I don't want people to get into extreme thinking. Like, well, if you're saying this year was bad for PlayStation, then I guess it was just the worst year ever. I don't know that it was the worst year ever. I'm sure there's been worse years for PlayStation. At least I would hope so. But we're approaching the end of the year. Spider-Man, this year's showcase is almost exactly how this year went for PlayStation, where you watch the entire showcase from start to finish, and you walk away thinking the only bright spot was maybe Metal Gear, maybe a couple third-party games, and Spider-Man 2. And if you think about it, that's 2023 for PlayStation, and PSVR 2, of course. I don't want to. And there's a lot of people, and I'm passionate about it too, to an extent. I don't want to downplay that, but let's just be real and say that PSVR 2 is never going to be enough to carry PlayStation through a year. It's just not big enough yet, right? It's not quite there yet. And I think even the most passionate PSVR 2 users could agree with that. The reason 2023 is the reason why I'm excited to see Jim Ryan leave. Frankly, I know we're the house of Ryantology, now the house of Totokism. I understand, but I'm excited to see Jim Ryan leave because I look at this year and I think, how did this happen? So let's recap. All right, let's recap. Forspoken. PSVR 2. Okay. Showcase after a year and a half. What comes after the showcase? Well, after that, let's think about it. PS Plus price increase. A state of play that wasn't bad, but didn't really bring anything new. We got a PS5 redesign that is just a step back in every way. Like, you could tell that the only reason this redesign exists is to save Sony money, and they're not going to pass that savings down to the consumer. We don't have a roadmap for PlayStation Studios. Yeah, that's true, actually. We did get the Horizon DLC. Even that managed to piss people off, though. Like, I'm not trying to be negative for negative sake, but even that was like divisive because of, I'm not going to get into it, but if you know, you know. And it's like, God damn, dude, like we can't get anything. Spider-Man, save us. But, we hear that Jim Ryan is leaving. Sony, this is where I'm going to have to be brutally honest against Sony. Sony basically humiliates themselves. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16, you're right. Final Fantasy 16 is a massive bright spot. It is. And if anything, what makes me sad is that so many of the bad decisions that Sony made this year took away from it, Like so many of the negative things that Sony and Jim Ryan were doing, it made it easier for people to try to tear these high, these bright spots and dim them. Because it's like Final Fantasy 16 was incredible. And it did succeed, but like the conversation surrounding it was so fucking negative. Well, not negative, but you could just tell like it was more negative than it should have been because we're coming off of a terrible showcase and Xbox had a good showcase and Sony's out here trying to fight the Activision deal. And it's like Final Fantasy just kind of gets caught in the crossfire. You're saying you're talking about Twitter warriors. Maybe. You're probably right about that. But Final Fantasy 16 undoubtedly is a bright spot, but a third-party bright spot nonetheless. But, I just sit here and I think Sony frankly humiliated themselves with the way that they were fighting the Activision Blizzard deal, And that was really unfun to experience as somebody who was out here trying to be excited about PlayStation, where it's like, hey guys, you want to know what Jim Ryan said today? PlayStation's business will never recover if they lose Call of Duty. It's like, what fun. It's a great time to be a PlayStation gamer, guys. And it's just like, this is all happening. I just don't understand how all of this has happened so soon. I almost get the feeling that Jim knew he was going to retire and he's like, you know what? I'm doing it all at one time. We're taking care of it all now. All right. So the next guy won't have to worry about it. PS Plus price increase, horrible new PS5 design, terrible showcase, no roadmap. It's like, Jim. Domingo 813, you're saying, just got into the stream. Did you talk about Lords of the Fallen latest news? Curious about your thoughts. If you're talking about the reviews, we did talk slightly about it. If there's something else regarding the news regarding this game, then I'm not aware. If you're talking about it being kind of broken, we did talk a little bit about that, Domingo. Saying Lone Wolf, you're saying PlayStation caring more about hardware than games. I mean, it's hard to argue that. Like, look, this is where I don't want to come off as just like whiny and complaining for no reason, but I just feel that there is good reason to complain right now as a PlayStation fan. And I'm not trying to discourage people, I understand that there are a lot of fans where they just want to maintain that positivity no matter what, and I get it. Like, I would prefer to do that too, but there's just like, even something like the PS5 redesign can't just be that. And this is where I have to express my frustration with Sony, where it's like, how do you fuck this up? Still, like, all you had to do, I don't care if it looks worse, just release the design. But it's like, there always has to be these fucking caveats with Sony, where it's like, here's the new redesign. The stand's going to be $30. And we're basically going to use what looks to be a paperclip. And I get it, man. Like, I get that there are a lot of people like, I don't care how it looks or what, but it's just they're pushing too far. They're taking things too far. And I don't think I'm being overly dramatic right now when I say that, because it's like, when is enough going to be enough? Where it is getting to a point where, dude, the fan base is getting pissed off, rightfully so. Like, they're actually getting pissed off, where even It's just like Sony keeps pushing, like they keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and they're just trying to see like when is what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Yeah, and they are nickel and diming the fan base, and that's the thing is, there was this comment I saw on my last video or my stream, I think, where this person was like, I thought you guys wanted to support developers and whatnot, so shouldn't you be happy to buy this stuff from Sony and give them your money? And it's like, listen, us as the fan base saying that we are willing to support game developers and their games, and if it's like, okay, we need to charge $70 now, that's one thing. That doesn't mean we're giving Sony a pass to say, please nickel and dime us and extract all the money out of us that you possibly can. That's not what we're saying. We're not giving them that green light. And I think it's completely disingenuous for people to frame it that way, where it's like, you're saying the right thing to do would have been to not support PlayStation at all. Don't buy the PS5. Don't buy their games. No, to me, that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is, support what it is you want to support, but don't support the things that seem not great. Like, for example, I'm not buying a new PS5 model. At least I don't plan to, just because it's like, well, first off, it's unnecessary, but I'm going to voice out again. I'm going to voice against this because it's just my recommendation is if you want a PS5, please go out and buy one now before this new one launches, because you're going to get a better deal now. You're going to get a stand that works both ways. The milkification. Yeah. Zero Connection. You're saying here, off topic, in relation to the Metal Gear Solid collection, any plans on getting the Platinum for MGS 2 and 3? Warning, Metal Gear Solid 2 Platinum will break you. I don't think so. I'm assuming they're not changing the trophies. I have to figure out when I'm going to have time to play that too. But whenever I do, I'm probably just going to play it for fun. I'm probably not going to be trophy hunting, just kind of like reliving that experience, Because I did hear that the trophies are not necessarily easy, and you're saying the Metal Gear Solid 2 Platinum will break you. I'm not trying to ruin the games for myself. I miss when games didn't have trophies. Straight up. I do. I miss when games didn't have trophies. I wish Sony would give me the ability to completely disable trophies on my profile. Wouldn't that be incredible? If they're like, look, there's this metagame with trophies. If you don't want to partake in it, you can go in the settings and turn it off to where trophies are completely disabled for your account. They don't show up on your profile. They don't show up in games. I would love that, because I hate trophies, because they fuck with my brain and they make me feel like I have to unlock them. And yeah, so I don't want to ruin Metal Gear for myself by trying to unlock trophies. If trophies bother you that much, you should just stop playing. I agree, man. I agree. Just play on Switch, no trophies. I have to admit, that is like the most appealing thing Nintendo does. Good on them, dude. I don't know if they're going to change it with the Switch 2, but good on them for not bringing that garbage into their ecosystem. Oh, man. So thank you for that, Zero Connection. We also have Pragmaticat once again. Pragmaticat with some serious support today, saying EA has always made Star Wars. Disney owns Star Wars. If Disney would buy a publisher, it would make sense for it to be EA. I agree. They probably feel the safest buying EA. I'm not saying I want that to happen. Dude, you know what's so funny? I saw somebody calling out Ryan McCaffrey, IGN's Ryan McCaffrey. He's like the Xbox fanboy there. And I'm not trying to throw shade, but it was kind of funny where like they were pointing out that apparently Ryan McCaffrey is against Disney buying EA. And I guess he like publicly made it clear that he's against it. Meanwhile, like he's over here. People were pointing out this tweet that he put out where he was like saying Sony should stop trying to get in the way of Microsoft trying to get Activision, because if they end up blocking it, they're probably going to start trying to go after their home turf, like with Capcom and Konami and shit. And I'm like, oh my God, we gotta see people cheering it on, man. Right? It's competition, is it not? I thought it was competition. I don't care though at this point. Like, if Disney wants to buy EA, I don't fucking care. I could care, but me caring isn't going to stop it. I talked about this so much, I did. And I told people over and over again, you got to be careful what you support and what you're cheering on, because industry consolidation it's not going to, it can be in some ways good, but usually speaking, it escalates rapidly and it results in worse things for the consumer at the end of the day. Like, in the middle of it happening, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when it's all said and done and the dust settles, usually the consumer ends up suffering in some type of way, and it's just not as clear cut. Everything comes with a price. That's the point. I've always tried to explain to people, everything comes with a price, and you just have to ask yourself, which way do you want to pay that price? For me personally, I'd rather pay the price up front. I'd rather in the gaming industry be told that we want to make this really big, nice game, and it's going to be expensive, and we need you to pay for it to access it. I'd rather do that than, risk the other way, which is, listen, we're not going to ask you for everything up front right now. We're just going to ask you for this, and hopefully you'll keep paying month over month, and we'll try our best to deliver what you expect. Like, no, I don't. Maybe that could work, but to me, I just feel more comfortable paying the price up front if it seems like what you're trying to give me is exactly that, right? Like, I think that's why people are so nervous about a game like Lords of the Fallen, because it's like they're not necessarily proven. The game looks like it has a ton of potential, but is it going to be worth that $70? And I'm still not entirely sure, but I'll tell you what. They're trying hard to sell me on it, which I appreciate in a non-bullshit way. Like, I've watched a lot of gameplay, I've watched a lot of previews, because this is a game I'm really trying to figure out, like, is this going to be worth $70? And so far, it seems like it's leaning more towards the direction of yes. But Donald Duck and Dead Space 2 remake, what is happening? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what they would do. Oh my God. You know what? In that case, I do want to see Disney buy EA. That actually sounds incredible. Fuck, man, I would buy that day one. Donald Duck and Dead Space 2 remake. Shit, man, now you got me wanting them to do it. If Disney does a live action Bambi, oh my God, I'm not reading that actually, goddamn. You're probably not wrong though. Dude, it's so crazy you say Donald Duck and Dead Space Remake 2, because for some reason I can visualize this so well. Like, it's almost like it would work very well. I could see him in the suit, like a custom made suit. I could see him like getting worked up and shit and swearing in his voice that he does, throwing a tantrum. It would be incredible. That needs to happen. Modders will get it done. Yeah, you're right. Goofy's Far Cry Adventure. That's actually Ubisoft. Or maybe Disney will buy Ubisoft. Maybe that's who will buy Ubisoft. Maybe Disney will buy Ubisoft instead of EA. I mean, it would be a lot cheaper. But yeah, I don't know. EA probably is the most likely. So Pragmatic Cat, I appreciate you pointing that out. I think a lot of people maybe overlook that fact that there is a reason why Disney would eye EA if they were going to look to acquire anybody. It is because they already have a pretty good working relationship with them. And yeah, I could see them taking that further. Rashdom V2 says, fanboys want Xbox to die, but this is an idea on what Sony can do if that happens. PS5 is outselling Xbox 4-1. No competition. They're upselling because they can. I will sell Rashdom. I do have to say this, okay? You're fucking right. Like, I know we like kind of shit on Phil Spencer a little bit. And frankly, when I say we shit on Phil Spencer, I don't mean that in the sense that we were saying, yeah, you suck, get out of here. We were actually saying the opposite. when he made it clear that like we're not trying to outsell or outdo Sony and Nintendo or outsell them, and he just made it clear like they just are not trying to compete in a serious manner in the console space. You know, I can't speak for everybody else, but I was fucking arguing against that, saying like, look, man, I get it. I get that your future is Game Pass and being everywhere, but I don't want to see that shit. Dude, Nintendo's our only hope now, guys. I'm not saying I want to see Xbox die. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, Xbox did die. Do you want to know why? The next Xbox console is going to be a fucking cylinder. Okay? Xbox is dead. The day that Microsoft's next console is a fucking cylinder and not a box, it's dead. It's over, okay? The X can. Now, I'm kidding, of course, but in a way, Xbox did die to me in the console space because it is clear by now that they are... Phil wasn't lying about this, okay? When Phil said, we're exiting the console, or he didn't say we're exiting the console space, but we're not competing at a high level. We're not trying to outsell Sony. We're not trying to outsell Nintendo. You know, it's true. They're not. Like, they're just like, whatever we sell, we sell. And that's that. But our focus is Game Pass. At this point, we have to hope that Nintendo brings the heat, man. We have to hope that Nintendo is the one that comes out with the Switch 2 and applies some fucking pressure to Sony, because you're absolutely fucking right. I'm just going to let it out, man. All right? I almost said Xbox. PlayStation is fucking doing this because they know they can get away with it. They know they can put out these fucking blog posts and just say, yeah, we're increasing the price of PlayStation Plus. Yeah, we're going to sell the fucking stand separately for $30 because who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us? No one's going to stop you. No one, because no one can stop you. And the only fucking the only company that can stop you now is Nintendo. That's it. That's the only company that can actually apply that pressure to Sony where it'll make Sony rethink that decision. We're losing some sales to Nintendo. Maybe we don't sell the stand separately and nickel and dime our customer base because we want them to choose our console. See, I was afraid of this, man. I am. I was afraid that this, and I know I sound like I'm going off here, but I have to. I have to rant. It's not often I rant about Sony themselves, but this warrants it, where it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? It's too much. At this point, I am going to be rooting for Nintendo because Sony knows they can do this shit and nothing can stop them. And at least right now. And I want Sony to get humbled. I do. I want Sony to get knocked on their ass. I don't want to see the PlayStation brand fucking collapse or anything. I don't want to see anything calamitous, if that's a word, happen. I just want to see Sony get humbled and realize that, like, dude, your PS Plus price increase, you might want to rethink that. This bullshit you're pulling, and maybe that's why they're doing it all now, because they know Nintendo's about to get real serious, and they're like, you just get this shit out there now before Nintendo releases their new console. I'll tell you what, Sony won't be able to get away with this shit next generation. Oh no, they won't. And that might be why they're trying to do it now, because they just figure, you know what, we're on top. Nothing can stop us right now. Nothing is going to stop us right now. The competition isn't very fierce. Let's try to get as much money out of this as we can. And I wouldn't be surprised if come next generation, Sony might have to rethink some of these things, right? And I'm saying they might have to rethink it because they might be forced. At least I fucking hope so, man. Because I'll tell you what, if the Switch 2 comes out swinging, and it's like, dude, people can play their Call of Duty on their Switch. They can hook it up to their TV. They can play their Call of Duty, and they can play their Mario, and they can play their Zelda. And they can play their FIFA, although it's not called FIFA anymore. They could do all this shit, right? And Xbox, well, now they got Activision Blizzard. They still got Bethesda, and who knows who they'll have by the next generation. Who knows who else they'll get. The Xbox console might look more appealing. It might look more appealing than it does right now. And this is where I'm just saying, Sony's probably... I just hope they don't make the same mistake like they did with the PS3, where they walk into next generation thinking nothing can touch us. Because you know what? If that's the mentality they go into next generation with, I hope you're ready for PS3 2.0, because that's exactly what will happen with the PlayStation 6. Maybe not as bad. I mean, it would have to be pretty bad, but it'll knock them down a couple pegs, I think. And I just wish that Sony would realize, like, they need to wake up, man. They do. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The leadership at Sony needs to wake the fuck up and realize that their fan base is not okay with some of these things they're doing. And they're starting, like, we are getting closer to the straw that's going to break the camel's back. I get it. Spider-Man 2, I'm not taking anything away from that. I'm not taking anything away from what PlayStation Studios is doing, but it's the leadership up top that is, at this point, clearly focusing on nickel and diming the fan base. They're taking it too far. They are. And I get it. Like, people could say, well, is it that big of a deal? A $30 stand that you don't have to buy, is it that big of a deal? It's the fact that, you know, it has become a big deal. If that was the only thing Sony did, right? If the only thing Sony did bad was, okay, here's a new PS5 design, and you know, we're going to sell a $30 stand separately, it would still be bad, but it's like, wow, okay, well, all right. Give them the benefit of the doubt. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I've been giving Sony the benefit of the doubt. I have been. I've been giving them the benefit of the doubt. And it turns out that what they're doing with that is saying, well, we can still charge for more, you know? So, you know, I'm not saying this is like, I'm done supporting PlayStation. I'm no longer excited for anything they're doing. It's not all that, not yet. And I don't think it'll ever get to that. But I cannot deny that as we are coming to the end of this year, like, this has been a truly, utterly disappointing year for PlayStation in almost all regards. And the only thing that's going to make this year seem good is Spider-Man 2. And I'm grateful for that. Like, I'm glad there's that, you know? Like, I remember reading a comment from somebody who was saying, like, oh, isn't this what it was like during the Xbox One era? Like, no, it wasn't. It really wasn't, because we weren't getting games like Spider-Man 2 during the Xbox One era. The Xbox One era was pretty dire, and it's not dire for Sony right now. It's not. It's actually quite the opposite. Sony is almost doing too good, and I'm kind of ready to see them not do good. And I'm not talking about public perception wise. I'm talking about financially. Like, I want to see sales of the PS5 start to slow down. I want to see Sony realize that, oh shit, maybe we did underestimate how many PS Plus subscribers we're going to lose. You know? I don't want to see that because I want to see Sony fail. It's because I want to see them wake up and realize you're not untouchable. Your fan base, you're nickel and diming your fan base, and they're getting annoyed with it. They're getting fed up. You know, show us a little bit of goodwill. That's all. That's it. You know, Sony has proven they know how to show goodwill to their fan base. They'll do it when their back is against the wall. Sony, don't let it get to that point. Don't do it again. Don't let it get to the point where, you know, things are now dire. Now you have to completely get on your hands and knees and say, please, like, come back to PlayStation, or don't leave PlayStation. Because I'll tell you what, they are operating as if that's not a possibility in the future. And it's like, it's more of a possibility than it ever has been, because you're having literal publishers taken away from you. So, I don't know, man. It's just frustrating. That's all. Like, I as a PlayStation fan, all I want to do right now is just have something to celebrate and be so excited about. And I was caught off guard with this new PS5 model. I won't lie to you. I was caught off guard because I'm like, how are they still finding a way to make the conversation skew in a negative direction? How are they still doing it? And they are. And it's because they want as much as they can get, man. They want to push and they want to push and they want as much as they can get. Pragmatic Cat. Dude, Pragmatic Cat, again, I got to give you a big shout out today, man. Thank you so much for all the super chats. That's very nice of you. You're saying here, Disney licenses Kingdom Hearts, Spider-Man, and Wolverine. Disney are our friends. Why the hate? Keep your friends close with, I don't know, how many heart emojis is this? That's like 20 heart emojis. Well, I think here's what I'll say. I think Disney has been okay with their licensing, right? Because they licensed to Square with Kingdom Hearts. They licensed to Sony with Wolverine now and Spider-Man. And, there's that kind of trust there. And even to a degree with licensing Star Wars with EA with Jedi Survivor, I think the fear is that if Disney gets directly involved, as in we now own them and we make the final say in decisions, I think there's nervousness and trepidation that they're going to end up basically making some big mistakes that these other companies already made in the past and learned from, but Disney hasn't because they just weren't involved until now. And we're basically going to have to relive that to some degree. And then there's also the way that Disney's handling some of their properties outside of gaming that makes people nervous. You're saying some people get offended when even PlayStation players have a critique of Sony. I will say it is unfortunate to see that. This is why I always emphasize, I don't want people to take this criticism of Sony and me being critical of Sony and take it as, wow, man, you're being ridiculous and this is too much. Because if you think about it, the only thing I'm actually advocating for is more for us, for the PlayStation player. That's something that every PlayStation fan should be advocating for and not be against. Because it's sure, you can say who cares about a separate stand? Who cares? It's not a big deal. And it's look, in the grand scheme of things, it's not realistically. I don't give a fuck about that separate stand because I'm not buying that new PS5. And even if I did, I wouldn't buy it. I'll just place it horizontally. It's the principle of the matter. It's the principle that look, I'm here because I care about PlayStation. I care about PlayStation Studios, and I care about a lot of things that PlayStation does. And it is legitimately painful and annoying to see every time a new PlayStation announcement happens, every time. Okay, what's the bad news? Because I know there's fucking bad news here. I know there is. There cannot just be good news anymore. And I'm waiting. I know this sounds really cynical, but I'm just trying to be real here. I'm waiting to find out what the bad news about Spider-Man 2 is. Because there's going to be something. There has to be. There's going to be something regarding Spider-Man 2 that's just going to be oh, well, we're so close. Maybe we'll get lucky and there won't be. It'll just be good. And I hope so. That's why I was excited to talk about this leaked early review. Because it's we need this. And I don't care how this sounds to the fanboys. Fuck the fanboys. The PlayStation community needs this right now. They need something positive. They do. We need something good because I'm tired of talking about how well the PS5 is selling. I'm tired of talking about the next piece of PlayStation hardware that Sony announced that people are going to complain about because they either say, wow, this is totally useless and not needed, or it's overly priced. Because I have my opinions. Again, the PlayStation Portal is a great example. I don't think it's that bad, but I can kind of understand why people are dude, it's getting exhausting now a little bit, Or it's becoming too much. It is. It's becoming too much. Dan, you're saying the 500 people on Twitter are complaining. Nobody else cares. Dan, here's the thing, though. You might be right about that. And I think you are right. Because I talked about this in my last stream where I had this mentality where I was you know what? The market will speak. And here is the reality. The market is going to speak. It is. And the market is going to buy that PS5. The market is going to buy that PS5 stand for $30. The market, in some ways, I don't know if this, I don't know. I'm just assuming the market's going to remain subscribed to PS Plus, and that's fine. Like these things, they take time. But you know what? At some point, I have to take a step back and realize I'm not the fucking market. I'm not. I can be real, and I can be realistic in my assessment and accept that that's probably what's going to happen. But I am not the market. I am MBG. I'm one person. I'm a PlayStation fan. And at this point, I don't care. I don't care if Spider-Man 2 is going to sell amazing, in the sense that I get it. Like, I'm happy to see Spider-Man 2 sell well because it deserves it. It's a single-player game. I will give Sony my money for Spider-Man 2. Absolutely. And Insomniac deserves it. But at this point, I am eager to see. I would say maybe Microsoft. I don't know. I'm less convinced with Microsoft. I'm more convinced with Nintendo at this point. I want to see one of these console manufacturers push Sony. Because people were focused on the things I had to say, and I get it. I had my own rants and meltdowns and whatnot regarding the Activision Blizzard deal. And people kept saying, but I thought you wanted competition. And one of my main arguments is this isn't competition. Sony doesn't give a fuck, clearly, that Microsoft is all in with Game Pass and is dominating in that space. They don't give a fuck because Sony decided a while ago that's not where we're trying to dominate. We're dominating right here and we're doing just fine. So Sony welcomes Phil Spencer saying, we're not trying to outdo Sony in consoles. Yes, Sony welcomes that and says, that's music to their ears. Do you hear that? We don't have to worry. We're fucking dominating. We're outselling the Xbox console probably 3-1 at this point, or will be when it's all said and done. The Xbox is not competition to PlayStation. And further proof of this will come in the form of we're going to get a PS5 Pro and there's not going to be an Xbox console to match it. So when Sony says we're going to charge $700 for this because where else are you going to go if you want a Pro console? Good question. There is nowhere else to go because there is no other Pro console. However, if Microsoft next year had an Xbox Series X Elite and they say we're going to charge $550 for this console, Sony would have to contend with that and think, well, fuck, there's no way we could charge $700 for this now. Yeah, you're damn right there's no way you could. Because your competitor is putting out either just as powerful console or possibly even a more powerful one for $50 or $150 less than what you want to sell it for. And even if you went with $600, they're still doing $50 less. Or at the very least, if Microsoft said the Xbox Series X Elite was going to be $600, Sony would feel very much pressured. We have to match that. Even though we want to sell it for more, we have to match that. I tried fucking explaining this is not competition. Microsoft left the market to create a new one. They're on a whole separate endeavor that Sony has nothing to do with. So this is why I say that it doesn't really matter that Microsoft has Activision Blizzard or Bethesda because Sony clearly doesn't care. I mean, they cared about Call of Duty because Call of Duty would have hurt them. Starfield, Sony will live and they'll do just fine. They're literally doing just fine without Starfield. Xbox went on the Sigma grind set. Dude, I love this shit. Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely what they did. That's so funny. But you look at something like Starfield, Sony's fine. Maybe the Elder Scrolls 6, maybe they won't be so fine. I don't know. We'll see. It's many, many years from now. They freaked out about Call of Duty because they had a good reason to. I hate to admit it, but they did. Sony had a good reason to freak out about Call of Duty because if they lost Call of Duty, they would feel that. And I'm telling you now, I don't know that I would give a shit. I'll be honest with you, I'm at a point where I almost kind of wish Sony would lose Call of Duty. So they could wake up. Get a fucking SOCOM going, Sony. Let's go. Do something. Do something. Don't just sit there and rake in that money that Call of Duty gets, because frankly, what the fuck is Call of Duty bringing to the table? Nothing. Nothing but more money for Sony. Nothing but more money for Activision, and now more money for Xbox. I play Call of Duty. I can tell you, it brings nothing to the fucking table. It doesn't have competition. It doesn't. And I'm not saying it should be Sony's job to create that competition, but for fuck's sake, let me ask you, if they lose Call of Duty, what happens? Sony, you don't have time to ask the question, should we be the one to compete? You better fucking start cooking, because you got no choice. Diamonds are made under pressure, Sony. You know this. I'm not saying I want to see Sony, again, reach critical, on life support shit here. No, I don't want to see that. I want to see Sony get shoved to the point where they have to, hold on now. Hold on. We felt that one. I'm tired of this attitude. I get it. That Jim Ryan email, I'm sorry to bring all this up now, but let's just lay it all out there. The Jim Ryan email will be just fine. Will be more than fine regarding the Activision Blizzard deal. And you know what's so funny about that Jim Ryan email? He says in that email, or he said shortly after that he received another email from Phil Spencer, that after he got that email from Phil, he got really concerned. Dude, I bet you Phil was like, yeah, that's right, Jimmy boy. Bet you're going to be shaking. Now, you have no idea what we're about to do to you. Yeah, you enjoy your Call of Duty for the next 10 years, bud, because after that, it's... No, I'm just kidding. I don't think it was anything like that, because I'm pretty sure that would have been used against Microsoft. But clearly, dude, Phil Spencer sent Jim Ryan an email that got Jim Ryan shook, and I want to know what that fucking email was. I want to know, because he said something that got him real concerned. Like, wait, hold on, wait, Phil, wait, hold on, man. That email is probably why Jim retired, because he's like, you know what? I'm not doing this shit. Yeah, Jim was so shook. He's like, well, time for retirement. What better time than now? I know it's about Call of Duty. Look, I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun here in the negativity of it all. But in all seriousness, I do want to see Sony get shoved, because, guys, Herman Hulst left Twitter. He left Twitter. He ghosted us. And that's not fair. It's not. I'm not saying he didn't... Look, I'm not saying he has to deal with that shit, but it's like the message the fans tried to communicate to Herman is, Herman, that show was bad. And we expect a lot more, because we know you're capable of a lot more. We expect better than this. And you know what Herman did? He replied to Phil Spencer. This man replied to his arch nemesis and then ignored everyone else and never came back. And it's like, what the fuck? That is a microcosm of the way Sony is treating their fan base. And it's unfortunate. I know some people are being overly dramatic. It's too much. I know. But guys, I'm telling you, if you're a PlayStation fan, the best thing you could do right now is be clear with what you want from Sony. Don't worry about what anyone else has to say, what you want. Because I have a strong feeling that many of us are in alignment, that we actually all want the same thing. And you know what I think that is? We want what we're about to get with Spider-Man 2. We want new games. We want a roadmap. We want a great console. We want to be treated like a valued customer that Sony genuinely cares about and understands that we could lose you as a customer if we do not listen to you and are, remain aware of what it is you guys expect from us. And we are getting some of that. We are. Again, we're getting Spider-Man, we're getting Final Fantasy, we're getting Wolverine, and these are nice things. But most of what I listed, we're not getting from Sony. And this is what needs to change, in my opinion. And that's why I think it's actually most important. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm struggling, guys. I'm struggling. It's most important for the loyalist fans, like the most loyal fans, the most diehard fans, to be vocal. I'm not saying lose your shit. I'm not saying lose your shit. I'm just saying don't worry about the trolls. Yeah, I'm having a stroke. I shouldn't laugh at that. That's scary shit that happens to people. But we need to just ignore the trolls, most importantly, because you know what the trolls want? The trolls are going to revel in something like this. Like, look, they admit it. Sony sucks. Like, no one's saying Sony sucks. What we're saying is they need to change some things, and they need to improve vastly in some areas. Because there are some things that Sony is doing that absolutely do suck. And I think that there's a certain group of fans that are genuinely afraid to say that or to admit that. And look, maybe they just really don't feel that way. And I'm not saying you should feel that way. I really don't want to tell people how they should feel. I'm not a fan of that. I get so sick and tired of that. Like, you should feel this. I just think that you should think harder about certain things and really think about the message that's being communicated and where it leads. If you don't maybe resist it a little bit or push back against it, or just at least make it known that this isn't ideal. I'm not saying go on a holy crusade against the $30 stand, you know? Like, I'm not saying, like, lose your mind over that. But I'm just saying, call it out. Make it known. Join in. Because the only thing that could result in is somebody up there at Sony getting the message, you know, they're really unhappy about that. Should we do something? Now, they might not do anything. They might say, no, Jim. Stay the course. And that's what they've been doing. They didn't say anything about the PS Plus price increase. They're not saying anything about this. But we have to just continue to make it known. Because at some point, someone's going to come in and kick the fucking door down. And it's going to catch Sony off guard. It's going to happen. And I do not think it's going to be Microsoft. I don't. I think it's going to be Nintendo. And when Nintendo does that, that will be... This is the important part. I really need everybody to hold on to this part that I'm about to say. When Sony's door gets kicked in, okay, and they are caught off guard, they're going to turn to the fans that are here and listen. That's when they're going to listen, and they're going to say, "Sorry, I missed those things you said. What is it that you have? Okay, yeah, we'll write that down right now. We'll get right on that." It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. All right? I'm not saying when I say Sony's door is going to get kicked down again, I'm not saying their whole fucking house is going to get blown down and taken by the fucking tornado that is Nintendo and the Switch 2. But they're going to feel the storm, man. They are. And I fucking hope. Because, guys, I'm telling you now, if Nintendo fails to apply pressure to Sony, if Nintendo fails to apply any pressure to Sony, I am nervous about what that means. Because right now, we are witnessing Sony behave as if they have no competition. And they don't right now. The Switch is not their competition. The Xbox isn't their competition. They're about to fucking clean up this holiday. And they know that, and who knows? They know the games that they have in development. If they really do have as many great games in development as we believe they do, then that's even more reason for them to just sit back and be like, we don't got to do shit. It's like, well, fuck, you don't. I get it, man. Like, I don't know that I even blame Sony for this, because it's like, this happens to every company, and I don't know why. This is just like the executive mindset, man, where it's like, are we in the lead? Yes. How far are we in the lead? By a lot. Okay. Can we make more money from our customer base? We can. Should we? Probably not. Will we anyway? Yes. Then keep going. Just keep pushing. And every time the same thing happens. It's a rubber band effect, man. It snaps back every time. So I guess I don't know why Sony, and this is why I'm really fascinated to see with the next PlayStation CEO what the fuck happens. Because I just don't know why Sony doesn't realize, like, dude, you're pushing too aggressively like you were back then. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. It's not like Jim Ryan or Hiroki Totoki's out here saying, like, you'll get a second job to buy a PS5, won't you? Won't you? Yeah, you will. You will. They're not being that bad, but they're like one step away. They're communicating that with their fucking, oh, yeah, we will increase the price of PlayStation Plus. By how much? Oh, yeah, PS Premium, $40, please. $40 fucking dollars. $40? What? Fuck, man. Don't worry. Jim's got you covered. PS5 Cloud. Totoki has a plan. I hope so, dude. He's probably going to watch. He's going to be so much worse. Are you an economist, MBG? No, I'm not. I'm not. Who knows? Dude, maybe I'm wrong. Listen. Here's the thing. I understand that Sony has to worry about surviving themselves and thriving. I understand that. Like, from a business standpoint, like, they have to worry about remaining profitable and growing. I get that. But at the same time, like, they have to be more aware than they are right now that you can push as much as you want. And sure, like, maybe you will, it'll be fine because, right, the general population won't care, but they will care when the competition ramps up. They will. Unless maybe Sony's angle here is they're just hoping that maybe Nintendo will join them. That's a possibility. You're saying, why would Nintendo be humble when they just come off a very strong generation? You're right, and maybe that's another angle I didn't consider. I'm going to read these super chats. I appreciate you guys being patient. I just want to get my thoughts out here because I'll forget them. You might be right. Sony putting the price of the digital console to $450. Nintendo might just be like, well, fuck. Our minimum price now for our console can be $450 too. We were going to make it $400. Now we can make it $450. Because I'll tell you, Nintendo is not looking at the Series S as competition. Xbox is not competition anymore, dude. I don't know why people thought that's what this was going to result in. In the console space, it's not competition. And maybe this is the long-term, dude, maybe this is the fucking long-term play that Microsoft is making, where Microsoft is like, dude, they'll collapse in on themselves from their own greed. Like, they're going to, we will keep chipping away at the value angle, and Sony and Nintendo are going to keep pushing more in terms of, wanting more money, raising prices, basically doing shit that no one asked for. And it's just going to continue to push more and more people away to our ecosystem. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, of course, Nintendo and Sony are both going to be nickel and diming, but they do have a reason for doing that, and that is they know what they have. Death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, it could be true, Devil. Could be. I mean, they know why they're doing it, though. Like, Nintendo's like, you're not going to buy the next Nintendo exclusive? Really? You're not going to buy the next Mario? You kidding me? About the Zelda? Come on. And Sony, they're kind of, they're like, you ain't going to buy Spider-Man 2? You fucking kidding me? I'm going to buy Spider-Man 2. Yeah, okay, yeah, you got, okay. Yeah. You're not going to play online anymore? I mean, you bought all these games. You invested in the ecosystem. You're not going to play online anymore? Fuck. God damn it, Sony. Why I got to do this? So I'm not trying to be overly negative for no reason. It's just painful to watch because, dude, Sony can do so much better than they are right now. They can. I think that's what's bothering the fan base is we all know this. Even the people who are shitting on Sony right now in bad faith, like, even they know that. Even they know that. And that's why they're shitting. In a way, it's like that. I know this because I've been here, man, with Xbox. I do. Like, I knew the potential that Xbox had. And that's why I shit on them so hard, because it's like, you fucking are fucking up. Like, you're really fucking up, man. Get it together. And the loyalist, diehard Xbox fanboys are like, stop that. It's like, no, I'm not going to fucking stop. They need to hear it. Somebody needs to tell these fuckers, like, you guys suck. These decisions suck balls, bro. Fix your shit. Fuck, man. Like, do you think Xbox is in the position they're in right now from the fanboys fucking, sucking at Xbox's tit? No. They're fucking in this position because of the people like me and the others that were like, yo, I'm out. I'm not giving you my fucking money. Now, granted, they didn't win me back. But they won a lot of people back. And you know why? Because they realized something's fucking wrong. They ain't buying the Xbox body wash. Sony's got to wake up and they got to say, why aren't they buying the PlayStation pasta right now? Something's wrong here. I missed that Xbox body wash. Bring it back. Bring it back, Microsoft. Halo nail polish. NBG's losing it today, man. NBG's losing it today. Come on. I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one that's frustrated. I know it's not just me. I just don't want people to think, like, this is where the console war shit does have to go out the window, because in the console wars, you're not allowed to criticize your home team. Do you understand? This is why I understand I'm labeled a PlayStation fanboy, but at the end of the day, like, I've always tried to make it known to people that, like, dude, I will criticize whoever needs to be criticized if I really feel like they're fucking up. And it just turns out that people didn't like what Sony was doing earlier. I was okay with it. They did warn me and others are like, dude, they're going to start pushing more. And I was like, well, we'll see. Like, I didn't think it was a huge deal. Okay, Sony wants to charge $10 for an upgrade if you buy Ghost of Tsushima, whatever, and God of War Ragnarok, PS4 to PS5. What the fuck? I'm like, okay, it's $10. Fine. I get it. But then it's just, we're reaching a point where it's just like, we're pushing more and more. And it's like, okay, like, something's got to give here, man. Like, I'm not out here to prove I'm not a fanboy, because I don't give a fuck what people have to say about me. People label me whatever they want. I have a fucking emoji of myself wearing a clown wig, for God's sakes. I'm out here saying this because this is what I actually believe. This is what I see and how I feel, where it's like, it's Sony's taking it too far. And I'm legitimately And how sad does this sound, right? I'm legitimately fearful of the next PlayStation showcase. I'm fearful of the fucking next PlayStation blog post we get. Because, what's it going to be next? I mean, really, what is it going to be next? You're saying so many clips in this stream. I mean, I don't know. I hope some people do clip some good stuff from this, because I think I'm making some sense here, right? Fuck. I mean, I think people get too extreme where they're like, MBG, the only way you're going to send the right message to Sony is by by selling your PS5 and no longer giving them any money. I can't, look, man, I'm not at that point. And I won't. I already told you, if they keep, look, I'm not just going to blindly say, Sony, do whatever you want. I'm not. Because I don't want them to do whatever they want. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm not fucking eager as hell to play Spider-Man 2. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not eager as hell to play Final Fantasy Rebirth and even Helldivers 2, which I know a lot of people don't care about, but I think it looks great. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm at a breaking point, because I'm not. But I also am not going to pretend that there aren't some serious problems right now. There fucking are. Just look at Naughty Dog. I know I've talked about them a lot this past week, but fuck, man, can we bring it up again? Because it's relevant. It's relevant. What is going... I want to read this to you guys. I don't know if it's true. A new insider says that The Last of Us multiplayer has been canceled, but check this out. This is why they say it's been canceled. This is from some person. It could just be some fucking random nobody. I don't know. Maybe it's some random nobody. Maybe it's not. Maybe they actually are an insider. But here's what they say. Jim Ryan kind of gave a bunch of studios requests to make these type of games. That being live service games. Naughty Dog had long considered the idea of doing Factions 2, but the idea evolved into something more. Ultimately, it seems like they were struggling with making the game they wanted to make in a game-as-a-service form. Bungie were involved, but not in the way people have said. Bungie are PlayStation Studios now, so they'll be involved in a large percentage of other PlayStation Studios games. Over 2,000 people worked on The Last of Us Part 2, for example. It seems that Naughty Dog just were not happy with the game, and they're considering just moving the parts that they were happy with into The Last of Us Part 3, rather than putting out a separate title that lessens the brand's image in their own eyes. Now, I'm bringing this up because this is a very interesting angle to this entire conversation. It almost seems like we're hearing, if this is to be believed, that Naughty Dog basically said, yeah, we're not doing this. We're not risking it. That to me is unexpected, because we've been placing the blame on Bungie. We've been saying it's Sony, but it almost, again, if this is true, it seems like Naughty Dog said, we don't want to ruin our fucking reputation, so we're just not. Can't deny that it's a risk. It's a flight risk, and the idea that they're just we're just not going to risk it at all. I don't know, man. All right, let me read these super chats. I appreciate you guys being patient. Kyle Film, you're saying the problem is Sony knows PS5 is going to keep selling like crazy. Or you know what? Sorry, hold on. Pragmatic Cat, I apologize, buddy. You're saying, MBG, I'm afraid you aren't taking the competition seriously. Microsoft has broken the laws of physics and created the first cylindrical box. Our only hope now is the blue box. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true, man. Dude, I cannot get over that the next gen Xbox, the Xbox Series X refresh, I cannot get over that it's seemingly going to be a cylinder. This is just absurd on so many levels. How, who inside of Xbox? Phil, come on, man. Phil, look, you guys know I'm not the biggest fan of Phil Spencer, but I at least have enough respect for him. Phil, you gotta know that's not the way to go, dude. That's not the way to go. A cylindrical Xbox console? Phil, bro. Come on, man. Blue box is our only hope. Oh my God. The X cylinder. I would, if they had the balls to do that and then rename it, like if they were like, we're renaming the Xbox console to just something else, I would be like, you know what? I can get behind that. That takes some balls to do that. Trying to trick PlayStation. They're going to call it the X-Tube. Something about that doesn't sound quite right. MBG, did you see the Lords of the Fallen has horrible console performance? Does it? I've seen most people reviewing it on PC. How is it on console? Now I'm getting nervous. You're saying UE5 games looking spooky this gen. Dude, what the fuck isn't looking spooky this generation? What isn't spooky about this generation of consoles? Am I the only one who thinks that this generation is cursed? Look at Metacritic. I'll have to look into it when I'm finished here. All right, we got Kyle Film. He says the problem is Sony knows the PS5 is going to keep selling like crazy, and that's why they did it, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. It's like Apple. That's so short-sighted though, and I think you're right, but I don't like that because Sony is not Apple. I know Sony sometimes wants to think they're Apple. They're not Apple. I don't know what's up with Apple. I don't know. I don't know why people like Apple, and I don't mean that in a rude way. I'm just saying I legitimately don't know. I'm not an Apple fan. I mean, I have an iPad, and I use that sometimes, occasionally, but it's not like I don't give a shit about it, you know? You're saying they have unparalleled brand loyalty. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is Sony isn't, if that's what it is, if it's like unparalleled brand loyalty, Sony doesn't have that. And I think they're crazy to think they do. Like, to me, I hope Sony doesn't think that way because that is horrible. That is the worst. We don't want that. We don't want Sony to think that their shit doesn't stink, right? That like, they'll always be here. They'll never leave. I don't want Sony to think that because that is when shit hits the fan, dude. We need them to not be afraid and make dumb decisions out of fear. We just need them to respect. They need respect, man. That's all they got to do. They just have to show a little bit of respect where we understand you are a customer and we can lose you. So we want to make sure we don't. We are a business. We have to run that business. We have to make a profit, but there can be a healthy middle ground. Absolutely. We literally saw this with the PS4 generation and even at the beginning of this generation. I just want everybody to know Jim Ryan was scared with the PS5 transition. I don't know if you guys know this or not. I think a lot of you do. He was scared because he knew the pressure. We have to sell this. Jim had no idea what Microsoft was cooking. No idea. But what he did know, what Sony knew, is that they could be coming for our throats right now. They probably are. We gotta react with this new generation with the PS5 as if it's the PS4 again, as if our back's against the wall and we gotta win customers over. And they fucking did. I want that Sony. I want that PlayStation. Because I know they're there. They've proven they can do it. But they're proving once again that when they don't have to, they won't. And you know what? I don't respect that. I don't like this idea that we'll only do it if we have to. It shouldn't be like that. Because Sony should be smart enough. This is what I'm saying, Kyle, that Sony should be smart enough. These companies, these executives should be fucking smart enough to know that you may not have to do it right now, but that doesn't mean you won't have to again in the future. And whatever goodwill you win now, believe me, you cannot put a price on goodwill, right? People remember. These are human beings, man. People remember. And when you do something good for them, you scratch their back, they're likely to scratch yours. And I just feel like that's the mentality that should be put forward here. Where it's like, I get that they're beholden to the shareholders and they got to be profitable, but it's just like, a little bit goes a long way, man. Like, Sony is just, I don't want to say they're ignoring their fans and their customers, but it's like they're just like, look, okay, we get it. You guys want single player games. Here's Spider-Man 2. Now go away. That's kind of how they're acting. And it's shitty. Oh, we got Final Fantasy, guys. Now, can you leave us alone and let us make our live service games? It's like, well, fuck, man. Like, I mean, that's nice. I'm happy. Like, yes, thank you. I will support that. Of course I'll buy that. But like, what else you got? You know, like what's going on with Naughty Dog? What was up with your showcase? I'm telling you, Jim, the number one reason I'm happy to see Jim go is because there's no way we get somebody as dense as him up next. I don't think it's a possibility. He was great at his job and he kicked ass for Sony. Kicked ass and took names. He did. It's like, hey, you want me to break records? I'll break records. You want me to fucking make you number one and keep you number one? We will. I will. You want me to make you all the money? I'll make you all the money. I get it, man. I do. But we need, but the price of that is Jim said, when it comes to me talking to the fan base or anybody talking to the fan base or the loyal fans, no. Listen, we will put games on PC because money. And that's fine. I get it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's just the way in which it's just like, we're ripping the Band-Aid and you're just going to deal with it. Okay, fine. And I think the PlayStation fan base took a little bit, but we've come to accept like, okay, yeah, games are going to go to PC. Okay. Oh, you expect a showcase? Ha! Here's a state of play. We'll do a showcase when we're ready. And we'll decide how good that showcase is going to be. Not you, we. Herman said it was great. Phil Spencer said it was a great showcase. And Herman said, thanks, Phil. What about the fans? What about the fucking fans? What about the thousands of YouTube comments underneath it saying that was not good? That was far from great. That wasn't even good. What about them? Oh, them? I'll just give them Spider-Man 2. Give them Spider-Man 2 and console redesign and, let's give them that PlayStation Portal thing. That's nice. Yeah, that's real nice. I look, I know I'm going in hard here, man, but it's like, I know you guys see it. I know we all see it. And I'm not saying hate the PlayStation Portal. Like, you know what I think is sad is things that PlayStation is doing are getting unnecessary hate because people don't know what else to do. And that's what makes me ultra sad. Like something like the PlayStation Portal, I'm telling you, like, people are venting their frustrations through that thing. Where it's like, it's not that big of a deal, but people are like, Sony, what are you doing? You got to be kidding me. Because it's just like, where else do you do it? Like, it's almost like people are just hoping that if they hate on something, Sony will acknowledge it. And Sony just refuses, dude. So yeah, maybe Sony isn't going to listen to anybody. And I'll be honest, for a while, I thought like, well, these are just a couple trolls on Twitter. And I did think that. And I think that is true. Like, I think there still are trolls out there and there are people who are being like, they're being completely ridiculous about it where it's like, nothing, Sony can do nothing right. And I get that. I get that that's always going to be part of the equation. But now I'm realizing that it's not that Sony doesn't do anything right. It's just that they're doing some things really poorly. And they're doing it more aggressively now. And the last thing I want to see are these people who fucking hate PlayStation, who despise PlayStation, who despise PlayStation games, who despise people like us, and laugh at people like us. The last thing I ever want to see are those people validated in any way, shape, or form. But unfortunately, Sony has given us no, at least me and many others, no choice but to just say, what do I say to defend? I can't defend this. I can't fight these people because even though they're being, pretty shitty about it, they're kind of right. Not about everything. But what am I supposed to say? It's like I see people defending what Sony's doing with the new PS5 model. And it's like, I get it, man. You just want to pretend like this is perfectly fine. Because at the end of the day, I guess it is going to be. You're saying, why do you have to defend it? Let those losers talk in their echo chamber. Well, it's because I want them to not be right. Because if they're right, there's a problem. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if they say, yo, Sony, this is shitty and you suck. As somebody who's a fan of the brand, I want to be like, well, no, hold on. I like Sony. I like what they're doing. What do you mean? What do you mean they suck? What do you mean they're wrong? And it's like I look into it and it's like, oh, well, fuck, that does suck. I think they are kind of wrong for that. Shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, do I just like come out? Oh, no, it's great. It's fine. Everything's fine. Like Spider-Man's fine. Yeah. But these things exist separately. Two things can be true at the same time. It can be true that what Sony's doing with this new PS5 model absolutely sucks. And what they're doing with Spider-Man 2 absolutely rules, right? These two things can be true. I guess that's why I'm just having this conversation now and getting it out here now, because it's not a coincidence that Sony decided to announce the new PS5 model and all the details a literal 4 days before Spider-Man 2 reviews come out. Does anybody else notice that they announced the PlayStation Plus price increase right before they did a new State of Play? Sony knows what they're doing. There's a reason why they're doing it this way, and I can't deny it's smart. It's tactical, it's still shitty, but it's smart. It's a smart way to do it. They know that once the Spider-Man 2 reviews come out and once Spider-Man comes out, ain't nobody going to be fucking talking about this new PS5 design and the fact that there's a $30 goddamn stand and a fucking paperclip stand that comes with it. Nobody's going to be talking about it because everybody's going to be like, dude, Spider-Man looks awesome. And I can't deny that is the most important thing to highlight. The most important thing is you did your job. You made a great fucking game. That's exactly what I wanted from you. That's exactly what everybody asked. But I also can't deny that, like, it just gives me this kind of sour feeling where it's like, damn, like, you keep getting away with it, Like, you can't keep getting away with it. People will forget instantly. Yeah, it's already forgotten, bro. That's why people are like, dude, why are you even talking about this shit today? Who cares? Like, well, fuck, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so negative, but we gotta be real. We gotta be real. I always told you guys I was never gonna be the person to just cheer for the sake of cheering. And I was never gonna be the person to be critical for the sake of being critical. I was never gonna be that person. I'm not that person, and it's just not in my nature to do so. All right, let's see. Love and Peace says, well, I'm not going to read that because I'm pretty sure that's all right. That was already hidden. Wow. You gotta love people, man, that are just, all right, so this person, Love and Peace, straight up, let's go. You're a fucking shitty person, dude. I hope you're happy. I do. I hope you're happy because you know what? You do nothing in this world. Do you understand that, Love and Peace? You do nothing in this world. You gave me $2. That's about all you did. I'll take your fucking money. Thank you. But you know what? You're a useless person. You're a garbage person. You don't do anything for anybody, and you proved it. You proved it. Because you know what you could have done today? You could have done anything. You could have done anything. You could have done just the smallest thing for somebody out there. But no, you choose to do this. So, take yourself and just go fuck yourself. Because that's probably all you're good for, right? That's all you're good for. Go in a corner and just fuck yourself. Because no one likes you. Who would like a person like this? I mean, who would actually want to be around somebody like this? You know what? This guy could have a whole fucking second identity. For all I know, this is like a 40-year-old father or some shit. Has no idea. Just fucking chaos out there on the internet. Total second life. But from what I can see, that's what you are. You say your name's Love and Peace. You're not Love and Peace. You're a piece of shit. That's what you are. So, fuck you. And thank you for the money. And by all means, if you want to keep giving me money, go ahead. Make a second account. Give me your fucking money. I'll take it. I'll take it from you. Dumb bitch. Fuck, man. All right. Planet Schlorpian. PSVR 2 Without Parole said that the best years of PSVR 2 are yet to happen. I'm still hoping for more exclusives and a media player. I mean, we're going to get more exclusives for PSVR 2. No doubt about it. And I'm sorry. In my heated rage, in my heated Kratos rage, Corey Landiga, the legend, he comes in and he says, let's keep this membership train going. Corey says fatality. L3R3 MBG. I pressed L3R3, bro. I pressed it. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help myself back. Fuck. But Corey, dude, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fucking voice is starting to get worse. Corey keeps the membership train going. He brings us up to 16 members on the day. Corey, shout out to you, my friend. You and Exley and Shems. It's been slow going today for the memberships, but you know what? We're still at 16, and that's pretty damn good, if you ask me. So thank you. Thank you. B Fletcher says, LMFAO best MBG rant. Well, look, man, I don't like to be that way, but it's like, what is wrong with people? As Leia enters the room. Leia's like, let me enter the room and calm you down, MBG. God damn. Yeah, there's a special place in hell for people like that. I mean, look, it's not the worst. I want to say it's like on the level of committing a fucking crime, but it says a lot about a person's character. It does. It says a lot about a person's character. Like, yeah, you may not be a fucking murderer, but look at who you are. Look at what type of person you are. You're fucking garbage. You're like the fucking lowest in society, man. At least from a fucking mental perspective, from an emotional perspective. You don't give a shit about anybody. Look at what you did. Look at what you did. This fucking stream's gonna get demonetized. What did he do? I'm not even fucking talking about it. Fuck him. He's a nobody. That's what he did nothing. That's what he did. He did nothing. Oh my God. Even hell won't accept him. He did nothing, dude. He does nothing for anybody, and he'll continue to do nothing for anybody. Because that's what he does. That's what they do, man. You're saying, to be frank, as a troll, his mission was a success? Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing, man. It may be a success, but that doesn't... Look, I'm just going to express myself, and I'm just going to be real. I'm just going to have to be real and honest about whoever this person is. And that's what they are. And sure, they may not feel anything about what I'm saying, but they know, deep down, they know it's true. Like that's why I'm saying it. Because deep down, they know they are sad. I mean, really, like they know that they don't have anything in their life that's really meaningful. Because if they did, they would be doing that. Like they would have that. And they wouldn't be doing this. So the idea of a successful troll, it's an oxymoron. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a successful troll. Can they succeed in what it is they're looking to do? Yeah, but that's because it's the only thing they'll ever succeed in. Because they're fucking losers. So, If they're happy with that, then they can be happy with that. But who am I to say? Who am I to say? Kyle Film with another super chat. Very much appreciate that, man. You're saying, and you know what, really quick, Planet Schlorpian, I apologize. I kind of cut you off there. PSVR 2, I mean, the best years, are they yet to come? Probably. I do think so. I don't know that PSVR 2 is going to have some kind of massive uprising where it's like suddenly it's selling 15 million units. I don't know. What I do know is there are more games in development for it, probably than ever. There's going to be more exclusives. There's going to be more stuff coming for it. And I think it really just comes down to if those games are going to land or not. Are they going to land? And if they do, if they land in a big way and they can really make a splash, I think it could bode really well for the headset. And eventually we'll have to see if it ends up getting a price cut or not. At the rate things are going, I don't think PSVR 2 is going to be getting a price cut anytime soon. I don't. But, yeah. We'll have to see, man. The future of PSVR 2, it'll be interesting to watch. It'll be interesting to watch. Kyle Film, you're saying the thing is Nintendo and Sony do not have a real direct competition between each other. Most people have both. Nintendo hardware will be worse, but the games are good and it's a handheld. So I do agree with you in that traditionally Sony and Nintendo, at least for a while now, have not had that direct competition. But I do think the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to change that. I mean, maybe it won't, but I just get this strong feeling that Sony's going to have to be concerned to a degree about the Nintendo Switch 2 being a third-party powerhouse. And when I say powerhouse, I don't mean literally like it's going to be powerful and run these games as well as the PS5. No, the PS5 Pro is clearly going to be the most powerful console. And the PS5 Pro is probably going to make the Nintendo Switch 2 look pretty weak by comparison. At least that's the assumption. But that's just it, is Nintendo has that allure of, well, if you buy the Switch 2, you get all of our games, you get almost all third-party games, and you get handheld mode. I mean, that's a lot to contend with, man. It is. I do, like, that's going to make people question, well, shit, do I want to keep playing Call of Duty on PlayStation? I mean, especially if you think about crossplay, right? Do I want to keep buying Call of Duty on PlayStation? Or, you know, I'm going to buy a Switch. If I buy it on Switch, I'll have the ability to play it docked normally, like, you know, like I would normally on as I do my PS5. But if I want to take it on the go, I'll have it on the go. Now, apply that logic to almost all third-party games going forward. I really think that's something Sony is going to feel the impact of, where you're going to lose. Here's the reality. Sony's going to lose third-party sales. Some, not all. They're going to start losing some third-party sales to Nintendo. Why do you think Sony is looking to double their revenue and have that revenue come from them, from their live service games? They know this is coming. If there's one thing Jim Ryan is stupid. He knows what's happening. Like, he's aware of what's in the pipeline and what's likely to happen. And he knows that you're going to start losing more and more third-party revenue, whether that's from Microsoft buying these companies and these studios and taking the games away, or from the Nintendo Switch, suddenly more people are going to start buying their third-party games on there. And so Sony, he has to think, how do you make up for that potential lost revenue, but also maybe sugarcoat it and make it seem like you could even double your revenue, your own games. Your own games. You know? That's the truth, man. It's just like, look, I know, I understand that a lot of people are going to doubt the Switch, and I could be wrong. To be clear, like, my original thought of the Nintendo Switch, like my opinion on it, the Nintendo Switch that we have now, I thought it was going to fail. I did. Like, I really was like, I don't think people want this. it just doesn't seem like, it seems almost too gimmicky, and I couldn't have been more wrong. And what I learned is don't underestimate Nintendo, dude. You may have thought they were down and out with the Wii U, and maybe they were, but don't underestimate Nintendo. And I'm telling you now, Sony would be making a critical error to underestimate Nintendo, because I understand that right now they are not in direct competition. Doesn't mean they couldn't be tomorrow or next year. So, you know, it's by the way, just want to say, not to backpedal here and go back. That person, that douchebag. Look, I'm only like this for my own audience. Okay, I just want that to be clear. I already know the game. Just to be clear, like, it's already been spoiled for me like numerous times over. But for me, it's just frustrating that the person did it in such a way, knowing that, like, again, thank you for your money, you fucking idiot. Okay, make sure you tell the people that you live, that if there's anybody even around you, I don't know, if you have any family or loved ones or whatever, make sure you tell them you did this today, that this is what you spent your money on. Okay. But just to be clear, he didn't get me because I already know. Like, and it's like, to me, it's not a big deal at all, because I'm used to this. This happens every time with every PlayStation game. Like, I am a content creator. I'm not going to bullshit people and pretend, yeah, I don't know what happens. Like, dude, yeah, you do. Okay. I do know what happens. Doesn't matter to me. Like, it literally doesn't matter to me. It's not going to hurt my enjoyment at all. But I was just saying that frustrated me, because it's just like, that's just fucking wrong. Just straight up, that's wrong. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Not sure why somebody would do that to a bunch of people. But, yeah. Let's see here. Pragmaticat with the triple super chat says, it seems at first glance that Sony is de-incentivizing digital with more expensive digital PS5 and attachable disc drive to the digital PS5. But really, I think $450 digital PS5 is setting the stage for a more expensive digital-only PlayStation 6 console. You go on to say, I couldn't agree with you more, MBG. Sony only wants COD because of money. Microsoft likes money. Time to get priorities straight. Yeah, I don't have a problem. I do not have a problem that Sony likes money. Of course they like money. But it's like, I don't like to see them kind of get to this low point where it's like, we care about that money we make from Call of Duty so much that we're scared if we lose it. It's like, I mean, I get it. You should be scared to an extent, but I just think it's just such a weak sign to come out and publicly state it that way. But look, I will agree with you, Pragmaticat, that, and maybe I'm a weirdo for this. I've been bitching about Sony a lot this stream, but I will say this. I am kind of happy that the digital PS5 went up $50. I mean, I would have preferred to see the regular PS5 go down $50, to be clear, but it's just because you should just buy the console with the disc drive. Like, I don't want to tell people what to do, but I would highly recommend against buying the digital console, just because it's like, dude, you went from $100 difference, now it's only a $50 difference. It's even less impactful now. You're trading, it's like short-term gains for long-term losses potentially. If you pay that $50, that's less than the price of a game, a AAA game now. You're going to get that disc drive, and you never know. You just don't know. I can almost guarantee you at some point in the future, for some reason, you're going to wish you had that disc drive. Now, maybe not, it won't be that serious. Like, maybe, I don't know, you'll want to watch a Blu-ray or something. You're like, fuck, I can't. I'm not saying that's likely. It's a possibility. But I think what is likely is one day you might be browsing a store or shopping online, and you see, oh shit, this game is on sale for like, 50% off. and then you go check the digital store, it's like it's still full price. I bet you then you'd probably kick yourself in the ass for getting a digital PS5. Be like, fuck, damn, I could have got this game half off. And that's why I'm saying, if you pay that $50, you'll never have to worry about that. Now, it is nice you can still buy the disc drive, but you would still have to pay $80, which would make the console more expensive than if you just went with the disc drive. MBG early adoption pays off, like having 60 gigabyte PS3 at launch with full backwards compatibility. Yeah, that, if you got in then, you got in at the right time. Certainly, it does pay off. But yeah, Pragmatic Cat, I'm in agreement with you. The only thing I'm not sure of, you're saying it's going to set the stage for a more expensive digital-only PlayStation 6 console. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much the PlayStation 6 is going to be, obviously. Will it be digital-only? It could be. It could be. I still think that would be a huge mistake. Like, they should just do it the way they're doing it with the PS5. They should. They should have 2 SKUs, one with the disc drive, one without. You can buy the disc drive if you want. That's what they should do. I feel like, if anything, that's what I'm getting from this. PlayStation 6 is going to be $600. It could be. It could be. I mean, it would be. The one thing I'll say is it could be, but I'm not thinking it will be, because it's like, how could that not bring back flashbacks of the PlayStation, of the early PS3 days for Sony? Like, surely, I don't care how arrogant Sony gets, they gotta know, like, dude, the last time you did this, it was a fucking shit show. Don't do it again. And I don't think they'll go above 500. Like, I think Sony is more likely to cut things out of the PS6 to get it down to 500 if they have to. I don't think they'll go 600. They could, but I don't think it's likely. And Pragmatic Cat, again, Pragmatic Cat, I got to give a big shout out to you, man. You've been very kind this stream, and I appreciate all the super chats, but I really, really appreciate that support. It means everything. Steranko, you're saying, I don't think Nintendo will do. They're going for a different fan base. Maybe Apple will jump in and do what Sony did to Nintendo and Sega back in 94. Well, the one thing I will agree, well, I don't think Apple's going to do that, frankly. They don't have any reason to. Apple just rakes in money from their Apple Arcade store. They don't have to do anything. I will say this. You might be right, Steranko, when you say that Nintendo is going for a different fan base. That is the one thing that I do think might... Like, here's a question I have. You ready? It's a very simple question. The question is, how many PlayStation owners and players, and Xbox players, but I'm mainly focused on PlayStation right now, would switch over to Nintendo as their main primary console if they knew they could get every third-party game on that on the Nintendo Switch too? Is that number very small? Is it like only like one? I don't know. Like, I was gonna say 1 million, but I mean, maybe like 1 million players in total. If you figure there's over 100 million, like 1 million, right? Or is it like actually a very large number of people that would do that? Rashtam says he would. Steranko says you'd have both. Kyle says both. Well, yeah. I mean, the more I'm thinking about it here, yeah, I don't know. I guess it is kind of like the battle of the exclusives, right? Where I get the feeling that a lot of people would say, I gotta have both because there are Nintendo exclusives and there are Sony exclusives. And if you have both, maybe you're more inclined to automatically buy your third-party games on the more performant hardware, which would be the PS5. But I don't know, dude. I don't know. People love that handheld factor. People double dip games just for the handheld factor. So I don't know. I guess I'll say this. I hope Nintendo brings more competition to Sony because that would be good for us. To be clear, that would be good for us. Okay, if Sony starts losing some customers to Nintendo, that's going to make Sony sweat and say, we gotta make sure we're on top of things. And that can only result in good things for us. Maybe the worst case scenario is the Nintendo Switch doesn't do that much. And it's just something Sony feels like they have to keep at bay, potentially, if there's ever some kind of shift. I don't know. I really don't. 2024 is going to be a hell of a year for gaming, man. It is. It's going to be really interesting to see how this shit plays out. And Pragmatic Cat with another super chat saying, weather forecast, nuclear fallout of Rhintology will recede for clear skies and smooth sailing. Rip the Band-Aid. I don't know why I said it like that. Rip the Band-Aid off approach and scapegoat Jimothy. Well, man, I don't know, dude. Like, I understand that we give Jim a lot of credit, and he deserves credit for some things like we talked about. He deserves credit for successfully bringing out the PS5 in the middle of the pandemic, making sure these games met their deadlines and were ready to release and releasing them consistently. Absolutely. He is responsible for that. But he's also, I'm telling you, there's never been a PlayStation CEO that's enacted more change more rapidly and shook things up than Jim Ryan has. Jim Ryan has really shaken the, shaking things up here. And we don't know how it's going to, where everything's going to land. We don't know. We don't know how I'll tell you right now, he was the one who seemingly pushed for this PS5 cloud streaming for PlayStation Plus Premium. He created PlayStation Plus Premium. It was under him that was greenlit, and no one seems to care. At least very few people seem to care. So it's like, I don't know, maybe Sony will thank him in the future where it's like, oh, it turns out people are really gravitating towards cloud gaming, and thanks to Jim's insightful wisdom, we're ahead of the curve here. It could be that. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that it never goes anywhere because it just turns out people don't want a game on the cloud. I don't know. I'll tell you what, it's definitely not just, people are not looking at this as justification for the PS Plus price increase. So my number one thing with Jim, though, I'm happy to, like I said, I'm happy to see him go because I want to fucking see somebody in there that actually cares about the fan base. I'm just going to be straight up. Jim Ryan didn't care about the fan base. And I get it. Like, he was doing his job. It's not his job to care about the fan base. It's his job to, to make the right decisions to keep customers engaged and keep them giving their money. That's his job. And I think that's how he viewed it. He didn't look at it as a relationship of any kind. It's just, these are customers. How do we keep them here? How do we, keep them locked in and maybe get more money from them and keep it growing? He did his job. I want somebody in there that's going to do that job, but also actually cares about the fan base. Like, they understand that there's more to PlayStation than just customers, than just dollar signs and growth and spreadsheets. I want there to be somebody in there that understands this is kind of like, there's a culture here to a degree, and it matters tremendously to the fans. Because I'll tell you what, we could give Xbox as much shit as we want, and we will when we have to. But if there's one thing that Phil Spencer absolutely does understand, is there is a culture, and he absolutely leans into that. Now, I think it's a bit too much. I think it's a bit weird when you're flying out literal, shill fanboys to your events to have them. Yeah, it's a little weird, but at the very least, fuck, man, they're happy, and the Xbox fan base, they're happy because those core fans have been empowered by the executives because the executives have embraced that culture. Now, again, I think the way Xbox does it is too much. I think it's cringe. I think this idea that, like, people act like Phil's their friend. Look, it's a little weird. We don't need that, but we need something better than Jim. Okay, we don't need a fucking robot. You know what I mean? We don't need a robot that's just pure calculated decisions, unless it's, let's get Arnold in here. I bet you Arnold would do a good job pumping everybody up. Arnold is the new spokesperson for PlayStation. Fuck, man. Then you'll get people rallied. Then you'll get people hyped up. Pragmatic Cat with another chat. Dude, Pragmatic Cat, you're going crazy today, man. You're saying he didn't care about the fan base. He cared about Sony and he cared about PlayStation, something he has in common with the fan base, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, perhaps I am being a bit too harsh. I don't want to say that maybe it is a bit unfair for me to make it seem like he didn't care at all. Because I did see some people vouching for Jim Ryan, like people who worked with him saying he actually did care. And maybe he really did. I mean, look, he's been with the brand since 1994. I have to imagine he does care to a degree. How could you not? Like, how could you be involved with such a passionate brand for your entire 30 plus year career and not care at all? But I guess what I'm trying to say is it seems clear to me that he cared much more about the more professional side of it and the numbers side of it than he did that side. And I think that very much came through clearly. And I don't want somebody in there that's going to not give a shit about that side and let the PlayStation brand like burn to the ground and go bankrupt or some shit. Like, no, I don't want that. But I just would, like I said, I just want somebody who understands. You know, it's like, do you want the beautiful lies or the ugly truth? And it's like, I don't know that there's an in-between with that. The ugly truth with Jim Ryan is that we want more money and we're going to get that. And, you know, we'll keep putting the stuff out there, but we're just going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pushing and we're going to keep growing and we're going to get a lot of flack. We're getting a lot of pushback. We're going to neglect like the kind of fan culture and that'll be fine. So I'm not saying I want Jim Ryan to lie to me. I mean, he has the nickname Jim Ryan, but I'm saying I don't want Jim Ryan to bullshit me. I don't want anybody who's going to be in charge of PlayStation to bullshit, but I just want to feel that there's actually something there. Like, I do get this feeling that Jim actually just doesn't really care about video games. Does anybody get that feeling? Because he doesn't understand them. Like, he doesn't seem like he plays video games. To him, I get the feeling that Jim Ryan views video games as like, yeah, they're an art and maybe he respects them, but he just sees it through the business lens. I just don't think he actually understands what makes video games special, you know, to the people who play them. And I think that he's proven you can be an effective leader in this position, having that mentality. But to me, it would go such a long way to have somebody there who does understand that. Somebody who I do play video games. I play many video games. I put many hours into video games and I have video games I enjoy. I have my preferences and, you know, it reminds me of Shuhei Yoshida a little bit, you know, like Shuhei Yoshida, he plays video games, man. Like he actually loves video games and he's made his mistakes like we've talked about, but he's also made some amazing decisions as well. He made decisions that he knew PlayStation fans would fucking love. Shuhei Yoshida did that. And you know for a fact that came from his knowledge of I play games. I am a PlayStation player. And I just really like this Hiroki Totoki guy. Like, does he game? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Well, we have Mitty saying, imagine if Reggie replaced Jim. Oh, that would be so weird. That would be so shocking. I doubt it though, man. I think he's retired too. I think he's enjoying his retirement. Or I don't know, maybe he wants to, maybe he does. Maybe he's like, you know what? I want to get back in the game, man. Corey the Legend Landiga with a super chat says, Mark Calloway would be a great spokesperson to close out any Sony conference. Xbox will rest in peace. Oh, man. I love it. Corey. Well, Xbox seems to be doing just fine right now. I'm sure I think tomorrow the deal is finally reportedly going to come to a close, which I'm happy for because it's like we can finally move on. And I'm sure Xbox fans will be celebrating that. They should. I mean, at the very least, if you're subscribed to Game Pass, that's something you can be happy about. The timing is funny to me though. Like, of course, this would come to a close like right before Spider-Man 2, but I guess it's very fitting. And so I guess things are going well for Xbox and their fan base. They're getting what they want. I think there needs to be improvements on the PlayStation side of things. I do. Going forward, I'm probably part of the reason I'm probably being so hard on Sony as well is because it's like, for as many good things as they've done this generation, there's also been many things that they've done that they're just kind of like left as question marks for a long time. And now we're approaching the 4th year. We're going into the 4th year of the PS5, and there's still many of those question marks that exist, but some of them I feel like we're starting to get answers for, and some of those answers are not that great so far, and but it's still mostly a blur. We just need a roadmap, Sony. Telling you. Sony, you got to have a better showcase next year. You have to. Maybe Spider-Man 2 can be a new start. Spider-Man 2 can come out strong. Can be a fun game. Gets critical reception, sells well. Maybe it'll even break a record for Sony. Maybe they can have some solid announcements at the Game Awards. Keep that momentum going. Then we go right into early next year. We get Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And then maybe shortly after that, get another showcase. And we really get that roadmap we've been waiting for. That, to me, would be the ideal scenario. And hopefully, no more blog posts of crap that we don't want to hear about. Kyle Film, thank you for the chat, my friend. You're saying, MBG, I think the communication you're missing is also because Jim Ryan doesn't have any social media or any PR about it, while Phil is always there. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's probably a smart move on Jim's part, because could you imagine if Jim had a Twitter? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. That would be a shit show. He would delete that shit so fast. You wouldn't even know he had a Twitter. But I get what you're saying. Phil Spencer's really kind of on the ground a lot, and I think people respect that about him and they like that. I think it's dangerous to do that as much as he does, but he embraces it and it seemingly works for him. I get this feeling Jim Ryan was out of touch, man. I do. I said this before, I'll say it again. I think Jim just truthfully I don't think he knows. Like, I just don't think he knows that there's people on the internet like raging at you right now, man. I think he's just living his life without social media and has no idea. Like, I think as far as Jim, because he's an older guy. I think as far as he's concerned, he's just doing his job and he's doing it well, and he's finally happily retiring. The company's left in a great spot. And I don't think he has any fucking idea that like people have been raging at him for years. Maybe he does. I don't know. But maybe that's a good thing. And Pragmatic Cat again here, you're saying with more super chats, which I appreciate, buddy, you're saying, so what you're saying is Jim would make a good Sony CEO, but not a good PlayStation CEO because he doesn't play games. I guess in a way, I guess that is kind of what I'm saying, right? Where, I mean, if Jim didn't retire, he probably would have got promoted. Yeah. He probably would have got higher up in Sony because, like, that's what the higher ups at Sony want. Kenichiro Yoshida, Hiroki Totoki, like, these guys, I don't think they understand gaming. They just understand that their gaming business is going well. And I think what they mostly understand is that the person in charge of running that gaming business, Jim Ryan, he's the one responsible for it going so well. And I can understand from their perspective why they're like, we don't care what people online have to say or the core fan base, because look at our numbers. But that's how it begins, man. When the core fan base gets shook, it's much, they're your core, man. There's a reason why they're called the core. And actually 3,000 coming in here at the 4-hour mark. Actually 3,000 gives 5 more memberships. Actually, Does it again. Dude, actually with the heavy lifting, man, as always. I really appreciate it, bud. Thank you so much for keeping the membership train going. That brings us to 21 members on the day, which is awesome to see. So, you know, even on a day like this where it's a little bit slower, MBG's going a bit crazy. You guys are still keeping it going. So, actually, I really thoroughly appreciate all that support, man. And everybody else who continues to gift memberships. You guys, again, power the channel. Everybody who donates super chats, memberships, it really is, you know, it is the difference maker. You're saying, don't forget to watch the Honest conference. Yeah, I'll have to do that. So Alex Mercer, the prototype, says, half celebrate the ABK going through. Yes, I don't agree with the strategy, but the fact that they want to bring back Guitar Hero and older IPs is great. Yes, Guitar Hero. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, if Microsoft brings back Guitar Hero, I mean like classic Guitar Hero, I will fucking be cheering on this acquisition because yes, I fucking love Guitar Hero. Not the last one, that was garbage. But fuck yeah, dude. I totally forgot to talk about that. And Corey the Legend Landiga follows up Exley with a 10 bomb. Dude, hell yeah, Corey. Dude, thank you so much, man. Corey doing some heavy lifting today as well. W's in the chat. These are the legends, man. These are the guys that are always here, no matter what. And, you know, it's just so nice to see because I always say, man, we have a strong community. We have a generous community. And just does my heart so... it warms my heart, guys. It does. I love it. Nothing can stop this community, man. Corey says, nope, we're doing 10 more. We're doing 10 more. Yeah, we may be critical about Sony today, but that doesn't mean we're not going to have a good time. So I really appreciate that, dude. Let's get some W's in the chat for Corey and Exley, bringing us up to 31. And holy shit, Exley says, I'm going to drop 5 more. Guys, I'm just shocked because we're like 4 hours into the stream and you guys, you're like, you know what? Maybe now's a good time to get a membership train going. Exley, 3,000 drops 5 more. Dude, that's 2 10 bombs. That's 20 memberships gifted. That's 36. That's 36. 36 members on the day. Want to give a shout out to Shems too, because he dropped 5 earlier as well. Dude, Exley, thank you so much, man. You guys are very kind. I do really appreciate all the support you guys show. It's, like I said, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. And dude, the legend, Corey's going crazy, guys. He does this sometimes. Corey's going crazy. We need W's in the chat for Corey, bro. He just dropped another 10 memberships. Another 10 memberships. Corey just got us to 46. Bro, we are now 4 away from hitting the goal. You guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. And Corey says we are going to hit the goal. He drops 5 more. He just dropped 15 more membership gifts. Holy shit. Holy shit. Corey and Exley just came in. They tag teamed this shit, bro. Corey and Exley just tag teamed the shit out of this goal. They're like, yo, 4 hours in, let's go. Dude, thank you guys so much. That's incredible. That support is incredible. These guys are ride or die, man. Absolutely ride or die. Let's get some W's and let's get some thank yous in the chat for Corey and Exley because, man, they just came in at the 11th hour and they made it happen. So we're at 51 memberships, guys. That is I did not expect that. So good shit, dude. I will let I don't know if the people who just got gifted, I don't know if they're here right now. I don't know if they're new, but I guess I just will let everybody know because we have 51 new members today, or some returning. You get access to the member exclusive content. Okay, you get access to the content. You get access to the emojis. I hope you enjoyed that content. I put that content out to try to really give something to the community. I have to think about what we're going to do this Saturday. I'll think of something. Exley says you earned it today, MBG. I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. You're saying no goal yet? We gonna fix this. Oh my God, dude. Corey's like, let's just keep it going. He says, let's just keep it. Let's get another 5 going. I gotta update the goal, bro. Holy shit. And Corey says I earned it too. Thank you, man. You guys are too kind, really. You guys are too kind. I mean, I really do hope you guys enjoy the streams and the content. I've kind of, as I've been doing this over the months, I've gotten more used to it, right? Like I've gotten better adjusted to doing longer streams. It's become easier, and it's the big part of it too, though, is it's you guys. It is. It's the fact that you guys show up and you're just as passionate about the things we talk about. And I won't lie, I talk too much. I mean, obviously I talk too much, but you guys make it so easy. You guys make it so easy to just keep finding new angles to take these new directions to take these conversations in. And it's you never know what's going to happen too. We get some crazy shit happening like what happened today, and you just never know, man. So I really appreciate it. Corey, thank you for another 5 membership gifts. And then Eric from 850 actually feels inspired and says, I'm going to become a channel member. Let's get some W's in the chat for Eric. I really appreciate that support, man. And many of the members are gifted, but there are also quite a few members that choose to be members and remain members. And I got to give a special shout out to you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Because, that's the extra level where you're going out of your way. I know a lot of people just kind of sit back and hope to get gifted. And there's nothing wrong with that. We have, again, a very generous community. But for those of you who actually go out of your way to be members and remain members and pat your pocket, thank you so much, man. And Eric from 850 with the $2 super chat says MBG's Army. Let's go, man. What was the other one? So we had MBG Army, and then there was like the Muscle Bound Battalion, which was pretty cool. But yeah, man, you guys always keep it strong, and it means everything. Like I said, I don't take sponsorships. I'm not trying to get in. I'm not trying to do anything from the on the inside, so to speak. And I feel very grateful and blessed, to not have to worry about doing that, because you guys are the sponsors. You guys ensure that these streams are a success, and I thank you for that. So let me see here. Actually, you're saying you're a thoroughly good guy, MBG, and you've attracted like-minded people to this community. It's been nice to make some new friends. Well, thank you, man. And that's what's also very, very touching to see as well. I when I start these streams up, I usually put them out there an hour before they go live, and I see people file in, and I know that the people who are filing in, they're very excited. They express their excitement, which is just always, it's very motivating, because there's always like that fear, like, I don't know, man, do people still enjoy these streams and showing up and having these conversations? Because I do. Like, I'm still just as passionate about gaming, and I still love talking about it. And it's always cool to see so many people lined up. And, I know we get a little bit crazy sometimes. Of course, I get a little bit silly, get a little bit ranty. But the thing that I think is at the heart of it, and this is what matters to me most, is that the people here, most of them anyway, most of you guys are genuinely passionate. Like, there's no way around it. It's a genuine passion for an art form that we enjoy. And it's awesome. So you talk about making new friends. That's how I see it too, man. Truly. For the longest time, I did video. I still do video content, but for the longest time, I did 5 to 6 videos a week. And then for a long time, we would do a Press X podcast, which is retired now. And I thought about that. I thought about, like, should I bring the Press X podcast name back and just label my streams Press X podcast? I don't know. I feel like people who are here for the podcast would like that, but I thought, I don't know. Is that overly redundant? We stream 3 times a week, 3 Press X podcasts a week. Pragmatic Cat's like, yes. A lot of you guys are saying, yeah, I'll think about it. Because the one thing is, I feel like it would make it easier to separate my content from like streams to videos. The only thing I worry about with Press X podcast, I still have to think about how I do the titles, because YouTube's algorithm and whatnot. It's iconic. All right, well, I mean, a lot of you guys are saying you want it to come back. I mean, damn, at this point, it seems like it's, I feel like I have to. We could probably do that. But yeah, I was just going to say that for the longest time, I did, video content throughout the week, and we would do Sunday podcasts, which was great. And I always was very excited to do the podcasts because it's just such a different feeling and a different energy compared to the videos. And even when I had times where my videos were doing really, really well, I still looked forward to the podcast, I think more so simply because it's different, man. It gives me a place to really express myself and talk, like you said, to like-minded people. And I guess it was only just a matter of time until I kind of incorporated more of these streams and leaned into that more. And I'm really happy I did. I want to say that too. I'm really happy I did because yeah, I feel like we've grown a community here. I know that many of you guys were there for the Sunday streams as well, but I did notice that ever since we started streaming more, you know, we've built almost like a community on top of that, which is great. So here's what I'm going to do. Because at this point, I think I'm just going on and on. I'm going to update the member goal, and we're going to watch that video that you guys wanted me to react to. It's the Starfield one. I mean, everybody is telling me to watch this, so that's what we'll do. Let's see. How many members are we at now? Corey dropped that last 5. I think we're at 56 members. Yeah, right? Yeah, 56 members. Good stuff. Thank you guys so much. Let me bring that up here. Okay. There we go. All right, just give me a moment to set this up. What's the video called again? Something conference. Honest conference. Okay. Let's look it up. Honest conference Starfield. Is it by Unscripted?
Welcome to the opening night.
Oh, hold on. I think that I just want to make sure this is the correct one. Right? It's Unscripted. And holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Corey, bro. Holy shit. I don't know. Is Corey hyped for this video? Is he hyped for this video? Dude, Corey just dropped a fucking 20 bomb. Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Bro. Corey. Oh, dude. Corey just went nuts today, man. He's just like, let's go. This fucking membership train is not stopping. Holy shit. Corey. Thank you so much, man. He just brought us up to, what is that? 76 members? He just killed our fucking, dude, he just killed the next milestone. Single-handedly. He says, no. I just wanted to reach the next goal. Well, dude, thank you, man. Honestly, that's so kind of you. Unbelievably generous. I have to update it already. They're getting mad, Corey. They're like, damn it, we want to watch this video. I'll bring it up. Dude, Corey, thank you so much, man. God, you just wrecked it. All right, let me update it again because I know Corey has to see that goal. He needs to see that goal. I will just say too, I'm pretty sure most people here know, but just in case, make sure you click Corey's gift icons or anybody else's gift icons at the top of the chat. You can opt in to receive a membership, okay? All right, let me get this stuff set up and we will watch this video. And Corey, dude, man, I'm at a loss at this point, bro. I'm at a loss. Corey, like 4 hours and 15 minutes, and he was like, here's 20. And holy shit, dude, Exley and Corey are like, we are not watching this video yet. Dude, Exley just dropped another fucking 10 bomb. Are you kidding me, bro? Holy shit, guys.
Holy shit.
I'm in disbelief. Honestly, I'm in disbelief. Another 10 memberships gifted. Holy shit, these guys are going crazy. They're just crushing goals. Dude, that brings us to 86 members. I'm just shocked because we spent like the first 4 hours of this stream, I think, at around like 10, 15 members, which is, in my opinion, a lot. Like, that was still really, really good. And you guys are just like, dude, we are fucking going to kill it today. So, yeah, I'm sorry for going on and on here. I know we got to get to this video, but actually, dude, thank you, man.
Appreciate
you guys know, Corey, actually, absolutely. There's a reason why you guys are called legends. And this is why. This is what you do for this channel. This is what you do for this community. All right, let me bring this up here. Oops. What happened? Who turned the lights out? Oh, there we are. And let me bring this up on the screen cap. Sorry, guys. I don't know why this is taking so long to bring up. All right, here we go. One more moment here, and I'm going to put it full screen. But I also have to bring this up, and we'll be ready momentarily. Bear with me. Bear with me here. Okay. All right, let's watch this. I need to make sure the audio is good, though. It should be.
Welcome to the opening night of Honest.
Oops. I knew I forgot something. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. My brain's a little bit fried right now because this is like, I'm at that point, man. Just bear with me. Bear with me.
Conference, and for the first time ever, one of our industry's greatest creators, the director and executive
Jeff is so
producer
excited.
of Bethesda Game Studios. That's right, Todd Howard, everybody. And Todd is here to give us an honest account of Starfield.
Thank you, Jeff. This is my first Honest conference, and I'm doing it because you said how great the crowd is here.
My first Honest conference.
So Todd, we love you, and this is a safe space. You can let the truth out now. Why did you want to make this game, Starfield? Why did you want to create a new world?
We have dreamt of a game where we can truly break the creation engine in every aspect. Once you've all upgraded your PCs, you'll be able to explore thousands of barren planets.
What the fuck?
Where a real sense of loneliness will start setting in. I mean, we tried to do something new.
What?
Where you could explore
Hold on, is this AI?
freedom in the galaxy. But something's wrong with the game, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
Hold on. This is oh my god, dude. Look at that fucking guy in the background. Hold on. This is AI, right? There's no fucking way. At first I thought it was just going to be an edit of the shit he said, but oh my god. This is just wow. Look at that face. Look at that. That's amazing. That's honestly amazing, though. All right, dude, let's keep this going.
All that bad, though, Todd.
Well, crafting is worse. Outposts are worse. Companions will constantly moan at you. Perks are worse. There's fewer gear slots.
Oh my
I could
God.
go on and on. Can you imagine 16 times the loading screens, though?
Yeah, I wish I could talk about the loading screens. And it's quite an
Dude.
experience, and I know everyone here is very excited to experience it soon. So, Todd, what bugs did you bring to HonestCon?
Yeah, it's really cool. We built a
fucking
300-person seat theater.
Dude, this
where
is
we're constantly
incredible.
Looping bugs from the game.
And what's the experience like?
Well, to be honest, it's a real nightmare. They're gonna need to buckle up, and it's 2 hours. They'll
It's a
never get
real
back.
nightmare.
And I see a lot of things. I don't know. I'm not sure that's real.
Let's move on to Quest then. Could you give us an example
This is
of what
so
that's like?
crazy,
Yeah,
though.
Jeff,
It's like,
as an example of a quest. You'll go to a star yard, talk to a lady, need to fetch a beverage. 10 loading screens later, and you've got a beverage.
Holy
That's
fuck,
the only
dude.
quest in that handcrafted location.
Surely there must be some improvements to the creation engine.
Hey, yeah, just wait until you see what we've done with global illumination, bucket physics, artificial intelligence,
physics?
character variation, and our brand
Oh my
new
God, dude, this
cutting-edge
video is
2005
unbelievable.
motion capture technology. Add to this, I honestly believe we have the worst UI in the world because, hey, the modders will fix that.
We have-
and after 100
oh
hours
my
in the game,
God.
I still have no
This is the
idea
most
where
savage
anything
video
is in
I've
New
ever
Atlantis.
seen.
I honestly have
I
zero
can't
clue where
believe
my
it.
penthouse apartment is.
And any Metacritic predictions for this, Todd?
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
A controversial
it's
7
such
out
an
of 10.
awkward experience, you know, and hopefully a nail in the coffin for the creation engine. But
Holy shit.
Todd, well, you and your team have played such a pivotal role in game development and have created some of our fondest childhood memories. We'll still buy the game and chalk this all up to experience. And now at least we can look forward to Elder Scrolls 6.
Oh
so
my
thank you
God.
for all you've done for our industry, Todd. Everyone, Todd Howard.
Thank you. Shout out to the chess club.
Thanks so much, Todd. Really appreciate it.
Honest conference.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time
Dude.
to watch. I don't know how I
Oh my God. I can't play anymore because they're playing music. I don't know. I hope I stopped in time. Holy shit, dude. I am like, I'm legitimately trying to process
That is some triple A.
what I just witnessed because, oh my God, that was incredible. Is there more? Hold on. Let me mute it. And I'll finish it. I didn't know there was why is there music? I feel like that's gonna get my stream taken down or demonetized. I'll finish watching it. Let me bring it up. Oh man, that's oh dude, that one is the best though with that guy that turns around and dude, what? Oh my God, this is kind of amazing though. This shit makes me want to play Starfield because it looks so fucking funny. Look at that. Oh, dude, look at that. This is such a nightmare. Oh, that guy just looks over and smiles at you like, "Hey." Holy shit, he just got eaten mid-conversation. Oh, dude, I take back everything I said about Starfield. This game is incredible. Holy shit. What? That's amazing, man. That is awesome.
That is some triple A.
I'm so glad you guys referred me to this video. It was way better. I mean, look, I've had my reservations about AI, but that is something else right there. That is incredible. Wow. You know, I feel like is it really that buggy though, or is that just a slightly exaggerated version of it? Because I didn't think it was that buggy, based off of like everything everybody was saying. But damn, dude. That was, I gotta say, what I really didn't expect about that is I thought it was just going to be like a regular edit, right? And I kind of knew when looking at the thumbnail, though, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's an AI-generated thumbnail. I didn't realize that it was going to be like an AI-generated video. Now I know why it was called Honest Conference. Like, dude, we need conferences just like that. We do. That is exactly what these conferences would be like if they were brutally honest. Shadow Link, dude, shout out to you, man. Still keeping the membership train going with another membership gifted. That actually brings us to 87 on the day. Dude, Shadow Link, thank you for that. And you also have a chat saying, this is awesome, and here's to give back. Well, I really appreciate that, bud. Yeah, W's in the chat for Shadow Link. W's in the chat for this community. We have Domingo813 saying bucket physics greater than Spider-Man 2. Clearly, yeah, bucket, dude. I can't get over the great thing about that video is the duality of it. Like the first 3 minutes of it, it's a 4-minute video. The first 3 minutes of it are just being utterly savage to the game, right? Like just going in and not just being unrelenting. And it's funny because obviously the AI, it's Todd Howard saying it. It's giving you this idea of this is what it would be like if they were actually honest about what they were making here. But then at the end, that compilation of the glitches, it's just truly the cherry on top when it comes to just the humor. Because some of those glitches are truly nightmarish, dude, and amazing. Like, I genuinely mean that. Like, this is where I know games get shit on all the time for being, like, buggy and stuff, but sometimes it's actually pretty awesome with some of the shit you end up seeing. Like, that guy, like, on the, like, just, I guess, dead on the ground, but his face is just looking up and he's still talking. It's like, oh my God. Nightmare fuel, man. And, dude, actually 3000 is still going. We're approaching 4.5 hours, and actually 3000 says, here's another 5 gifts for this community. Dude, actually, you guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. Dude, actually, thank you so much, man. Actually, and Corey, Shadowlink, but especially actually and Corey, just because you guys are going truly above and beyond once again. These guys are the real deal, man. I'll tell you. They are the sponsors of these streams. They are the sponsors of the channel. Absolute wins, man. Let me see. Let's get a, we can do gin. I haven't done gin in a while. And I got to get another one of these because, dude, I lost track. Where are we at now? Hold on. Let me add this to the counter. 92 members. We're at 92 members. That I'm shocked. I am. I don't know how I'm still shocked. It just goes to show you guys still do surprise me. You do. Like, I really thought like today was just going to be a pretty, modest day, which is because it was still going well. Like, honestly, it's just like you guys still Pragmatic Cat going crazy with the super chats, you guys showing just incredible support. And I'm like, this is great, man. I'm having a good time. The super chats have been great too, because they've really allowed me to go into some different, more interesting areas with the conversation than I was expecting. And you guys still come in and you go crazy. And Corey with another 5. Look at these guys. I don't even know what to say at this point. Corey's still going. He drops 5 more memberships. Corey's going with 5 more memberships. Dude, I'll drink to that. You know what, though? I got to say, shout out to Mrs. MBG for getting me this water bottle and putting it together for me. I didn't ask her to. She got me this water bottle. I don't know if you can see it. It's got kind of like you keep track of how much you're drinking throughout the day. You got the fluid ounces here. It's 32 ounces. She put a liquid IV in there. I dehydrate so bad. And I think it negatively impacts my streams straight up. I do. I think, it negatively impacts every aspect of my life. But she made this for me today, and I've been drinking it, and it's almost finished, and it's such a difference maker. I don't know if you guys noticed, I haven't even been drinking coffee. Yeah, I instead of drinking coffee, I'm just drinking water and a liquid IV, and actually just trying to hydrate rather than dehydrate. And holy shit, it's a huge difference maker. I don't have a headache. I mean, I definitely feel like, a little bit tired, but I could just tell physically, I just feel better. So, yeah, dude, you got to stay hydrated for those rants, man. Absolutely. And my God, dude, you guys are still going. I can't believe it. Jim Ryan was gifted a membership. Holy shit. Do you see this? Jim Ryan in the chat was gifted a membership. We've come full circle. It has finally happened. Guys, Shadowlink dropped 5 more members. Shadowlink, dude, thank you. And RPG88 drops a membership gift as well. Longtime member dropping a membership gift. We crushed 100, guys. We crushed 100. I don't even. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm literally in shock that we crushed 100 members today. I can't believe that shit. Wow. You guys are something else. Wow. We're at 102 members, guys. I think you guys broke my counter again. That's why I'm sitting here staring at the screen, because the counter is broken, dude. You guys got us to 102 members. I mean, what else do I say at this point? What else do I say at this point other than an honest to God thank you? I mean, we really started streaming in a big way. I think in, what was it, April or May? And, you know, it was one of these things where it went really well. And it was very exciting. I mean, those were exciting times, thrilling times, man. Still are. But it's just truly, it's special in my opinion. It's special, and it's extremely meaningful to see that there are many of you that were there then, and you're still here, and you're still showing such incredible support. I mean, look, I don't want to place more value on people. You know, I'm not trying to do that. I see people all the time that tell me, dude, I've been watching you since 2018 and whatnot. And anybody who takes time out of their day to watch my content, I mean, it means everything. If it wasn't for you, there would be no channel. There would be no content. But I definitely have to shout out those of you who have been here for a long time and are continuing to show this type of support. It's genuinely heartwarming. So thank you. It means a lot. So you know who you are. And I'm just still trying to process the fact that we, like, in the last 30 minutes shot up from, we were like 15 members. Now we're somehow over 100. It's a testament to this community, man. Very much appreciated. Let me see here. I have RPG88, again, a longtime member. He says with his milestone chat, keep up the great content. I'll do my best, man. I will. You'll definitely continue to get the streams. I'm going to try my best to keep videos flowing. If you look at my banner on my channel, it's been updated where I have my schedule up there on the banner. So people, if they ever want to know when can you expect videos, when can you expect streams, so go check that out. Are you saying you've been here since the Uncharted 4 review? Oh yeah, dude, that was awesome. That was so long. I feel like I gotta, I don't know. I thought about going back and playing Uncharted, but I figured, you know, it seems like Sony is doing more with Uncharted, and I'm just kind of at a point where it's like I'm gonna sit back and wait to see what they do next, because they're clearly working on something. And I don't imagine it's going to be it could be a full reboot, but I imagine it's going to kind of be a soft reboot, kind of like, I don't want to say what they did with God of War. Like, I think it'll mostly be a similar game, but I guess what I mean is they'll have, you know, focus on different characters, different plot lines and stuff like that. Maybe they'll change the gameplay in some significant ways. Would I ever consider doing a blog? I don't know about that. I know that's a really popular thing to do. Well, first off, I don't think my life is exciting enough to do a blog. Like, a blog for me would be a lot of gaming. You know, we're gonna work out. We're gonna eat. I'm gonna watch a movie. You know, it's like I don't really do anything that exciting, I think. I feel like people who blog, I don't know, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be exciting. I know that a lot of people blog very, what would be considered mundane things, like people just blog themselves folding laundry and stuff. The only reason I wouldn't do that is because I don't know that I would want to get too far away from what the channel's supposed to be focused on, which is gaming. But I have to think about it, man. I mean, the thing that I'm contemplating now is Spider-Man 2 is coming out, and I'm not sure what I want to do. Like, do I want to stream myself playing it? Do I want to... I thought about just recording myself playing it. You guys give me your feedback on this. It's hard to gauge, though, because we don't have a lot of people here right now. Like, I don't know how my wider subscriber base feels about this, but I'll just ask you guys now. I thought about just recording myself playing Spider-Man, just as on my own, as I naturally would, and I'll just turn the record on, or I'll hit record the last hour, and I'll do that for the first like hour or two of the game. And then I thought about doing like a post commentary, but I don't know. I don't know if people would be interested in that. I've never done something like that. I don't know if it would be really awkward, where you're not getting my live reaction. You know, I'm just talking to you. It's post commentary, you know? I don't know if people would enjoy that or not. I should stream myself playing Starfield on PC. Yeah, after that video, I think I might have to. It sounds like it'd be a good time. Domingo813, you're saying, would the vlog include taking off the hat? Not yet, man. I'm telling you, it's not my fault. I said we would take off the hat at 100K. And for some reason, somebody out there is like, you're not getting to 100K, bro. Not anytime soon. I was ready. I was full-blown ready. There was that one day when Big MP was here and he was going fucking crazy. I've never seen somebody go that crazy in my life with membership gifts. And I left it up to him. I was like, look, man, if you want me to take the hat off, I'll take it off. And he's like, nope. No, and I had to honor it. You know, I was ready. I was legitimately ready to take it off. I'm telling you, it's going to be so underwhelming. It is. It's just a bald head, man. Like, it's not like, maybe I have a really weird shaped head and you guys just don't know it. Maybe I got like a little V thing going on here or something, or like a really big dip in my head, you know? Actually, I do have a little bit of a dip in my head, and I always thought, is that from wearing headsets over the years? I don't think it is. I think it's just the way my head's shaped. It's not like crazy though, but it was enough to where I noticed. I'm like, oh shit, what's up with this? But it's gonna be, I'm telling you, it's gonna be very underwhelming, and I'm actually looking forward to it. I am. Like, I wish we would get to the 100K. You want to know why? I'm getting tired of wearing the hat. I am. Like, I don't wear this hat all the time. I don't. I mean, I wear it when I go out sometimes. A lot of times I don't. I actually like not wearing a hat a lot of times. But I really feel like I can't just come out one day hatless. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do it that way. Bring less attention to it. Just next stream, I'm not wearing a hat. And just not acknowledge it. Just not say anything about it. The chat will be going crazy, and I'll just be, so guys, about that Spider-Man 2 review. But yeah, it'll be nice when we can hit that milestone, so I can just not have to worry about wearing a hat on stream. Man, at this point, I'll be bald with glasses. Total transformation for MBG. Total transformation. You know, it's so funny. This picture came up on the TV recently. It's like from a couple years back when the last time I tried to actually grow my hair out. And it's not like, it didn't look that bad to where it's like, wow, man, that's a disaster. It just looked really bad because I didn't do anything to it. Like, it was unkept, and it was just like, it was just like crazy. And I was looking at it, I'm like, you know, if I actually tried to do something with it, it probably wouldn't look that bad. Like if I slicked it back or something, or anything, really. I just fucking, but it reminded me, it's like, yeah, I won't, I'll just stick with what I got. You know, I'll just keep it going with the shaving of the head. It's going nicely. You're saying you got a big lump on your head because the doctors walloped me with the forceps when I was being born prematurely. Really? Shit, dude. Corey, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. But hey, it makes you unique, right? Yeah, I don't think I as far as I'm aware, I don't have any like bumps on my head. I'm trying to think if there's some kind of like weird feature of mine. I'm sure there's something. I would have to like evaluate myself more thoroughly. I'm sure there's something. I have I'm not gonna say that. Fuck, man. I'm definitely not gonna say that. I almost just took it too far. See, sometimes I gotta watch myself. Streamer's dent. Is that a real thing? Dude, I'm serious. Do I have that? Like, I have a kind of indent in the middle of my head, right where headset bands would go. And I'm now, like, I've always wondered, like, did that shape my head that way? Like, just wearing headsets. You're saying you've been watching me a little bit after the Crackdown 3 meltdown video? That's awesome. A lot of people discovered my channel with that video, and they've stuck with me ever since, which is incredible. You're saying Streamer's Den is real. That's a peanut top? Oh my God, really? Yeah, you guys will have to tell me whenever we hit 100K. I'll do a profile shot and you let me know. I know it's there. I just don't know how prominent it is. I don't think it's that prominent. Holy shit, that's crazy. Damn, man. I always knew I shouldn't have worn a headset. Years of wearing headsets, man. That's what it gets you. Streamer's dent. That's fucking wild. That just seems not fair. Like, how are you supposed to know? Like, just wearing a piece of plastic, headset. It's a skull. Like, it's bone. How can it just... I don't know. I have to look into this. I feel like you guys are trolling me. Oh, man. Well, you know what? We're rapidly approaching the 4 hour and 45 minute mark, and I did go through all my topics. The only other topic I didn't talk about was the GTA 6 rating in Australia, but that's it. That's the topic, man. I mean, it's apparently GTA 6 has been rated in Australia for like the past couple months and no one noticed. But some people are thinking it's just a kind of mess up or something. It's not actually like a real rating for GTA. It's probably not. It's probably just some kind of mistake on their end, because that just seems too random and weird. So that was the only other topic. Technically, your bones are continuously regenerating. Yeah, one of the things that's really important for you to do as you get older is bone health, bone strength. When you get older, you get into your 40s and your 50s, and especially after that into your 60s and 70s, if you live that long, your bone density goes down. Your bones get weaker. And one of the best ways you can combat that, especially in women, more so than men, because, you hear all the time about like older people, they fall, they break bones very easily, and they die a lot of times. You could die from broken bones due to complications. One of the best things you can do for your bones, and I've actually researched this a little bit, and it's one of these things where the sooner you get started, the better, because it produces like lifelong gains, is heavy resistance training. Now, there are different degrees to this. Like, you don't have to go crazy. Like, you don't have to become a power lifter to have strong bones and protect your bone health in the future. But doing some type of resistance training, it doesn't have to be super heavy, but just some type of, decently heavy, just relatively heavy resistance training. You do that consistently, and first off, it's great for your bones now, but it will actually ensure that your bones, as long as you keep it up throughout the years, your bones later in life will absolutely thank you. Absolutely. And that's why they actually say like older people should still do resistance training. Again, nothing crazy, but just something to keep that bone density up. And yeah, that's true as well. Denser muscles require stronger bones to tether. It's good for your ligaments, good for your joints. I think the trouble is I think a lot of people tend to actually hurt themselves lifting too heavy. You really don't need to lift that heavy. You don't. Just a little bit of resistance goes a long way in terms of health. If you're looking to, break records or some shit, then yeah, you're going to need to do more than that. MBG, tell those cardio people, bro. Gaming Survivor, I'm sorry. I have a difficult time believing that. So what kind of gym do you work at? Because I just find it difficult to believe that I'm on like the main gym TV. Like, this is what like people at a gym are listening and watching me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it says like muscle bound gamer, right? So I guess you could justify it that way, but that's so crazy. Like, that's difficult for me to believe. Unless maybe you're at the like main desk of the gym and that's the TV you have me on. That's so funny. If true. Magnum, you're saying, dude, I've been playing Project Wingman in VR and it truly feels real looking on all directions. Damn. Is that a new VR game? Is that PSVR 2? 100K bound gamer. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Cardiovascular health is important too. I worry about that. I worry about myself. Because I don't know, like, I'm not a believer in that, oh, you're young, you don't have to worry about your heart health. I mean, heart disease is like the number one killer, isn't it? It's either number one or number two. And I talked to you guys before about how that happens. And I feel shitty a lot of times because my diet, dude, I just cannot fucking get it together. I think I'm genuinely addicted to sugar or something, man, where I can't kick it. Like I have some good days, but I always binge. Like I always relapse or something and just go fucking crazy with my diet. And I get worried. Like I'm getting older now, you know, and I get worried that it's like, dude, I don't want to fucking destroy my arteries if I haven't already, and destroy my heart. Saying too much sugar leads to cancer. It can. I mean, if you're predisposed to cancer, like if you do have that, you know, if you have bad genetics in that way where like it runs in your genes, it can definitely help get you there quicker, certainly. Ray, you're saying I've lost so many pounds. I stopped eating. I am broke. And MBG said all the food in my house was bad for me. No, I don't know. Is that a good thing? All the food in your house was bad for you. Did you have like a lot of really unhealthy food? Have you grounded yourself yet? Actually, I'm sorry, man. I forgot. You know, the reason why I haven't is because it's just been much chillier outside. I know it's a weak excuse, but I honestly forgot. I did mention it to my wife too. And I was like, yeah, grounding. And you know, it's just like, where's the time go, dude? Like there was a whole day in between that conversation we had, and it just doesn't feel like it. It doesn't. Like I feel like we just had that conversation today. Where's the time going, man? You're saying the body can always be recovered by diet and sunlight and exercise. That is true. That is true. It's hard to stick with, man. It is. Like I try so hard, but I'm telling you, at night, it's like my will is just gone. I hate it. I hate it. Like I get upset. That's the thing. Like, so I could have like an amazing diet all day. I could exercise. I could be great. And I mean, truly eat like nutritious foods and be good. And then 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, I'll sit there and I'll be like, well, you know, you shouldn't eat anything. It would be good for you to not eat anything. You don't need to. You're nourished. You got your nutrition today. It'd actually be healthier if you didn't eat anything. But I get like this kind of feeling where like, no, like I just get so disappointed. Like, but I want to. Like I look forward to that. You know, it's really like a mental comfort. And I think maybe it's not even the eating at night that's so bad, because I think a lot of people be like, oh, it's not that big. You know, just eat a little snack, nothing big, not a big deal. And I think that's where the problem lies, is I don't just eat like a little snack. Like I'm like, okay, well, it's time for my second dinner now, you know? And I can't even use the excuse that I'm bulking anymore, because I'm not trying to bulk. I'm not trying to pack on as much muscle as possible. I'm trying to actually cut off some fat. I'm not doing a great job. It takes 2 weeks to create a habit, good or bad. Yeah, you're probably right about that. That's why. It's not bad to eat at night with reason. And you know what I try to tell myself? Maybe I'll try to just work out harder, you know? Like, just put more into it. Burn more calories. Leave a little bit more space. Fasting is the key. Yeah, fasting isn't fun though, man. Obviously. I mean, fasting is tough. At least for me. I think generally speaking, it can be pretty tough. And Domingo813 with another super chat says, what helps me is the out of sight, out of mind for sugar. Don't buy those foods, and if you want some, go out. Sometimes laziness deters you to eat. Yeah, that is true as well, man. That's like the biggest mistake I make is probably when we're doing food orders, I just just throw some ice cream on there, you know. And I just tell myself like, yeah, I won't go crazy with it. And it's like, well, okay, maybe this ice cream can last a month and like you can space it out and have a little bit here and there and that would be fine, but that's not how it works for me. I'll buy a thing of ice cream, it's like a week and a half later, it's like it's gone. What the fuck happened? I ate it. Well, shit, dude. You know, like maybe don't buy it anymore. But that's why I feel like I'm addicted to sugar, man, because there's kind of like this seeking mentality where I notice there are days where like I'll eat way less sugar, way less carbs. And then at night I get like just these insatiable cravings where it's like now I'm like seeking out like a machine. Like, okay, I need to find something sweet or eat something like loaded with carbs. But I know it's probably just because there is that like initial phase you have to get through. Like you said, 2 weeks, you're going to have to just suffer those 2 weeks. And then after that, you'll have that clarity and those cravings will be gone. But we'll see. We'll see if I can do it or not. I'll say this. If I can't do it, I'm just going to start working out harder. I think that's the best way. I mean, look, if I'm going to eat the sugar, work out harder, burn that sugar. Put it to use, you know, people like athletes that are constantly moving, people who are extremely active can actually afford to take in a little bit more sugar because it burns off. You know, your body has to use it like a machine. It just has to burn it like a machine. But have you tried a Pepsi Zero or something for a sweet craving once a day? I haven't, no. I try to turn to like fruit and that works sometimes, but I don't know. It always falls apart somewhere, man. It falls apart somewhere because I don't really get sugar from my drinks, maybe except coffee. I mean, I do use some creamer in my coffee, so I definitely get some sugar there. MBG, do you actually take the whole container or just get a serving? I'm not going to answer that question. Not going to answer that question. If you work out harder, make sure you jack up your protein intake. Definitely. You know what I stopped doing? I stopped taking protein shakes. I've actually, in an effort to try to eat healthier and eat more protein-dense meals, knowing I need to get a certain amount of protein. You know, I try to, I don't know, I don't like keep track of my protein. I try to make sure I get, no matter what, more than like 60 or 70 grams, or that's like the low end. But because I do weight train, I try to make sure I get to at least 100 grams or sometimes more than that if I'm able to. I'm not a believer. I don't know what the science says. I don't know that I care. Like, I'm not trying to eat like 150 to 200 grams of protein a day. Like, to me, that's ridiculous. I mean, I understand that your body needs that protein and it can use a lot of that and it's, you know, to repair your muscles and joints. But I refuse to believe that unless you're on juice, you know. I don't think you need 200 grams of protein. That's a lot of fucking protein. I don't think you need 200 grams of anything daily. Frankly, I think 200 grams of anything daily is too much. Carbs, fats, sugars. But maybe, I mean, carbs, you could get 200 grams if you're like, again, if you're like an athlete, right? If you're an athlete and you're constantly burning energy and you're like a fucking machine. Yeah. 200 plus carbs. It's probably nothing for you at that point. But yeah, I am more sedentary these days as well, to a degree. I game, you know, I stream. I'm going to start lifting weights while I'm streaming, guys. I'm just going to have to start doing it. That's the way I'm going to burn off my sugar. I'm just going to be standing here literally doing dumbbell curls and lateral raises while talking to you guys. You're saying you only eat once a day and don't get hungry till 5 p.m. dinner time? Yeah, the one meal a day thing, that can be pretty healthy. You kind of get everything. There's like a feeding window. A workout vlog. Yeah, I mean, I just don't take supplements anymore. You know? I don't think supplements are a scam. I think about their purpose, right? I think about the bottom line. And I have to figure out, do these supplements align with that? I was on creatine for a little while, and I just decided, like, I don't need creatine. I don't, because the point of creatine, although, did you guys know, and this blew my fucking mind, did you know creatine apparently can cure depression? There was actually like a study not that long ago that came out that proved creatine intake, like supplementation, can actually cure depression. I was like, holy shit, that's kind of mind-blowing. I'm not saying I'm depressed, but that's just, you just wouldn't expect that. So can LSD. Yeah, I guess that's true too. But I was taking creatine for a while, and I decided to stop because it just really felt like it was working. It was making me stronger. I was blowing up a little bit. That's what happens when you're on creatine. But I just started to think, like, I don't know that I want that though. Like, I don't know that I care about muscular growth in a way. I care about muscular maintenance. Like, I care about growing your muscles to a certain point, like naturally, and then maintaining that. Because I think that's what's important. Like, there's so much focus out there on growing your muscles, making your muscles bigger. And the reality is, the more muscular tissue you have, like when you pass a certain threshold, I'm not saying it's detrimental. It becomes kind of stressful to your body a little bit. It adds weight to your body. It's tissue that requires a lot of maintenance. And having that tissue can actually make you, believe it or not, more prone to injury. I'm not saying having muscles makes you prone to injury. It doesn't. Having muscles actually is good for that. But having very large muscles, you just naturally, you hear about like bodybuilders all the time tearing their muscles. It's because the more that's there, just physically, the higher you're just legitimately increasing your chance of tearing something. And that's kind of been proven. And I don't know, there was just a point in my life where I was like, yeah, I want to get bigger muscles and I want to look fucking jacked. And then I just kind of one day decided, like, I actually don't want that, because that doesn't really mean much to me. Like, it began to feel somewhat superficial. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be muscular. I want to have a lower body fat percentage, not super low, like a healthy low body fat percentage. And I would also like to have some flexibility, at least a little bit, right? And when I thought about this pursuit of aggressively growing my muscles, that doesn't really align with that. I mean, I see, I used to follow like fitness YouTubers and stuff and bodybuilding YouTubers and whatnot. And I just kind of got over it, because I'm like, what's the end game here? And I think at some point, the truth is, you kind of realize that it's something that everybody has to determine for themselves, where it's like, how important is it for you to have big muscles? Like, how important is that to you and your life? And I don't have anything against anybody who wants big muscles and that makes them feel good. But I guess I just came to the conclusion that for me, big, like massive muscles and looking like super jacked, I don't know that means much to me at this point. Maybe there's many different reasons for that, but I want to be a gymnast. No, I definitely don't want to be well, I guess if you think about the body of a gymnast, maybe, I guess that's kind of, I guess in a way, yeah. I don't want to be an actual gymnast, but their physiques that's probably closer. Although they are pretty cut though. Like most gymnasts have a pretty low body fat percentage. But yeah, I care more about just being physically fit and physically able, and you can look really good too, Yeah, actually, the only muscle that really matters, that'll have to suffice. That'll have to suffice. Do your Kegels, man. Kegels are good for you. Got to do those pelvic floor exercises, bro. It's a neglected muscle group for a lot of people, or maybe for some people, it's an overworked muscle group. It depends. You're starting to get into, does that say rope climbing? It's cut off for me here. I don't know why it's cut off. Rock climbing. I almost said rope climbing. What the fuck is rope climbing? I mean, I guess rope climbing's a thing, and it's fun, but a lot on the upper body. Yeah, I don't know if I would be a good climber. That's the thing. I don't know if I'm actually in shape or not. Like, I feel like I'm in shape. Like, I feel capable. I can lift things. I mean, if I had to sprint, I'd be pretty nervous. I don't think I could sprint for very long at all. I think I'd get gassed really quick. Like, I know cardio-wise, I'm probably somewhat out of shape. I'm just trying to find a healthy balance. That's all. That's all. I just want to have a healthy balance with my physique, my diet. I want to try to sleep better. I just want to have a better balance in my life in general. Leia wants a better balance too. Saying late runs are great, especially during fall under the moon. It's so relaxing. Yeah, I don't go for runs, man. I don't. I'm not saying I don't do any cardio. I feel like I do. I mean, I walk a lot. Like, to me, I count that as cardio. I mean, it's not pushing your heart rate, of course, but brisk walk. I don't know. I'm not a runner. I don't like running. I ran. Whoa, hey, no, Leia, you can't go that way. You can't go that way. Just trying to climb my desk. When I was younger, like a kid, obviously, I ran all the time. The amount of cardio I got in my teenage years from skateboarding was insane. Like, it was probably too much. My body couldn't keep. I was burning so many calories. I was a twig when I was a teenager skateboarding, and then I got into the gym after that, and then I guess the way I viewed it is I got my cardio through lifting mostly. And now I'm here. Saying you're gonna start running now that the weather's getting better where you are. Yeah, there was this one time. I was in school, and they would do the like once or twice a year fitness tests, right? And one of those tests was like running a mile. And this was, I think, like October or November. I think I was in 7th grade. And it was kind of chilly out. Like, it was pretty cold out. Not super cold. It was just maybe like high 50s. And I started running. And I cared very much about this stuff, like in school, like the fitness tests. Like, I wanted to perform well. And I started running, and I think I got one lap in. And dude, I probably should have went to the teacher or the gym teacher and probably should to the nurse and possibly to the hospital, because I don't know what the fuck happened, but I like couldn't breathe. And as far as I'm aware, I don't have asthma. I don't think I ever had asthma. I just like, I almost wonder like if it was my heart or something, but like I just couldn't breathe and I had to stop. And I was almost panicking, and some of the kids were around me like, "Yo, you okay, man? What's wrong?" And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I can't fucking do this. And so I just kind of I just stood there for a while, and then I started to just walk, and I finished walking, and it took me like the remainder of that day to recover. And I just looked back on that. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? Like, was it the cold air that did it? Did it like lock my lungs up or something? I have no idea, but I'll never forget that. If that was an asthma attack, that was the only asthma attack I ever had, which is weird to me. And it's just something I always kind of think back on, like, what the fuck was that? Say you have problems with your knees, your rheumatologist checked, there isn't any inflammation. So he recommends physiotherapy. You know what's interesting is, I've been having some problems with my left knee on and off. It just comes out of nowhere. I don't know why. And it can be very painful to where like I can't put pressure on it, and then it just goes away. Nothing brings it on and nothing makes it go. It just comes and it goes. I'm like, what? Like, what's up with that? Corey says, no, it just means your cardio needs improvement. I mean, dude, it could have been that. Yeah, I could have been that fucking out of shape. That to me is what was shocking. It's like, you're telling me I'm so out of shape I can't even run a single lap without feeling like I'm going to fucking die? I mean, even now I don't do cardio. I'm pretty sure I could still do better than that. And I was in 7th grade at the time, so I was skateboarding and shit, and it was very weird. Very strange. So you did that as well 3 times a year. It's called cross country, 3.5 miles. I never got in. Yeah, I never became like a runner in that way. I never got super into running. I was always into skateboarding, man. I love skateboarding. I do. I don't do it now. But you know what my favorite feeling in the world was? And still is? Well, I imagine it still would be. I like have these fond memories of being a teenager, like 12, 13 years old, and skating around my town. And I'll be honest, like I was pretty reckless. Like I was skating on the side of roads and shit. Full speed, like could have easily gotten hit by a car. Definitely too dangerous. And I did hurt myself many times, but the greatest feeling in the world was just like, I felt free, just riding in the sun. I remember there was this one really long winding road, and it was really out of place in my town. My town was pretty dense. And it like there were houses everywhere, there were back streets everywhere, some businesses, a strip, everything. But there was just like one road that was just out of place where it felt so secluded, and it was pretty long. And there was a lot of wooded area. There was like an office randomly back there, and whatnot. And that was about it. And I always remember like looking forward to just riding that road because it was just so, I don't know, man, it was so freeing. And I guess as I got older, I look back on that and I'm like, I think that's like the most free I ever felt in my life. It was really nice. But yeah, then the weight of the world hits you like a ton of bricks during adolescence. But yeah, I miss skateboarding. Skateboarding was always fun. And I'm actually, speaking of skateboarding, I'm looking forward to Skate 4, man. I know they're going the free-to-play route and microtransactions, but I'm still going to play it. I'm looking forward to it. Imagine MVG being a playable character in Tony Hawk games. That's what I was striving for back then, man. I thought I was going to be a pro skater. I just didn't have I'll be honest, man. Like I didn't have the skill, just straight up. I didn't. I was pretty good at skating, but the stuff that pros would do, I wasn't even anywhere close. Like I wasn't doing handrails and shit and, like three flipping fucking like 10 sets and shit. I was trying to just ollie a 7 set, and even that I could barely do. I wasn't cut out for it. It didn't come naturally to me. And I think it took me a while to accept that. But then again, I don't know what the skate community is like these days, I don't know if there's like a whole skate culture still. But anyway, guys, I just realized, holy shit, it's almost, wow, we're over 5 hours in the stream. I've been enjoying this conversation with you guys. I have been, but apparently dinner is going to be ready momentarily. And so with that being said, I think this is where I'm going to have to bring this stream to a close. You're saying try snowboarding. I did snowboard one time, and I almost snapped my neck. And after that, my mom wouldn't let me. So yeah, I don't know that that'll ever happen. But what's for dinner? I'm actually not sure. I think tacos, maybe. I'm not sure, but I'm excited to find out, man. I'm starving too. Speaking of eating, I'm very hungry. All this talking, all this ranting, all this raging. But before I go, I do got to just do my outro here. I know maybe it's a little bit redundant at this point, but once again, a big thank you to this community, to all you guys. This has been an incredible stream. I've really enjoyed it. Again, sitting over 100 members, amazing stuff, dude. Thank you guys for that. Pragmatic Cat, I'm going to give you a shout out too, because you super chatted a ton today, bro. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. Everybody else who super chatted and gifted members, you know who you are. You know how much you mean to me. You know how much you mean to the community. Thank you guys so much for all the continued support. With that being said, I hope to have a video out for you tomorrow, and then I'll figure out what we'll do for members content for Saturday. So if you're a member, look out for that. And then hopefully we'll have another stream, same time, same place, here on Sunday. Yeah, I'm starting to lose it now at this point. But yeah, just one last favor as you guys head out, just hit that like button. And I also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps. He's been doing an incredible job. He always does an incredible job. So if you see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thank yous. And Devil, also thank you for some of the shorts. Like I said, man, I'm still trying to contemplate how I want to handle shorts. I might just start. I don't know what I'm going to do. Truthfully, I think the reason why I'm not using many of the shorts yet is because I feel like that lately it's just been so negative. Like, I want to put more positive shit out there, not more negative shit. And I feel like the best shorts are the ones where I'm being kind of negative. But I don't know. I appreciate what you're doing with the shorts, man. And like I said, don't bend over backwards for them right now, because I'm still contemplating how I want to handle them. But yeah, thanks for all you do for the channel, man. That does it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go eat, and I will catch you guys in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.